Okay, so we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. The council budget, new content and council retreat, 2021-2022 budget review. Okay, so what's the process going to be?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to start off with just an introductory statement, and then Ms. Muncie and Zach will walk you through item by item in the budget. They'll go over each of the funds and tell you exactly what each fund is, what any increases are, what the impacts are going to be. We'll obviously talk about things like sales tax. We'll talk about things like the tax rate. So we will take you step by step.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, I'll say a few things. So first, I want to thank all the council for their time this morning. I know all of you are busy. Mr. Thompson has reminded me that this is a little too early for him.
Somebody else is looking at it.
We got a second.
So we will be cognizant of that. My hope is that today is very productive and informative for you as a city as we go through the annual budget. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Zach and Cindy for all of their work on this budget. Every year they put a lot of time and effort along with our folks in the finance department, and we have Larry and Seth here as well. But to put a lot of long, hard hours. This process for us begins early in the year. We give all of our departments the information so they can begin to put together their budgets. Our approach, council, is very conservative, and that is that we want to keep the same budget as we did last year and the year before. So there are some adjustments. Obviously, we see cost increases in certain service areas, technology fees, there's benefit increases. So those things that are specific, for example, chemicals are always one that continue to go up for the water treatment plant. Outside of that, we try to keep those costs exactly the same as they were last year. The increases that you'll see this year are going to be, for the most part, minor in the budgets. With the exception is that we are requesting a salary increase for our staff, and we'll discuss that later in the budget, but that should be the most significant increase in any department. 2020-21, as you all recall, was a very difficult year, not just from an operations standpoint, but obviously a revenue standpoint. We saw significant declines in sales tax. Let's face it, folks, a lot of that was driven by the decline in the oil and gas market. As the pandemic began, we as a staff began to implement measures that would assist in allowing us to maintain as much funding as we could within the operations. The goal was to make sure that we had a sufficient amount of dollars to continue for operations if things continue to decline. Specifically, we wanted to make sure we were able to keep our staff intact and that we didn't have to lay anybody off. Unfortunately, we saw that throughout the nation where many cities were resorting to laying off their staff simply because there wasn't the revenue that was once going in there. Early in the pandemic, we implemented a hiring pause. Again, that was in order to make sure we had sufficient dollars for operations, so we did not automatically fill vacancies, with the exception of public safety and critical infrastructure. So fire and PD kept hiring as they always have. We did not stop them. And then certain areas within our critical infrastructure groups, the water treatment plants, and the folks down at who work on our water and sewer lines, all of them hired as they continued, whether or not the pandemic is in place, because those are services that continue no matter what our financial situation is. Further, we asked departments to hold off on significant and more major projects until we had a much better handle on what the pandemic was doing. This required some departments to hold off on supplemental projects, and we'll talk about supplemental projects in a bit. So I'm glad to say that all of those projects have now started again and are currently underway. Additionally, we stopped non-critical travel for all employees. There were a few exceptions, and those were in areas where folks needed to travel for the purposes of maintaining the license or receiving a license. There were several of those in PD, some of those in our critical infrastructure area. The city, as you know, relies on two major sources of revenue. First is property tax, then followed by sales tax. Sales tax comprises about 36.74%, so it is our biggest revenue generator. And property tax comprises about 34.51%. Staff would recommend to you this morning, and Cindy will go into more detail, that we maintain the same property tax rate as we did last year. So we are proposing no change to that. And that was 0.477115 per $100 of valuation. This rate will generate about $34,577,883 in property tax to the general fund. As mentioned, sales tax took a big hit. Sales tax collection are down around 17.12% over the prior year. It's because of the uncertainty related to sales tax. We are once again going to budget sales tax conservatively. We are budgeting sales tax at $38.5 million. This represents only a $1.5 million increase over the prior year. So very, very slight increase. If we do better than that, we're going to be in much better shape. With prior councils, we began to take a look at small incremental increases in water and sewer and solid waste. The goal was to develop a fund or funds that would assist in addressing a lot of the major aging and collapsing infrastructure that we have all over the city. The increase to solid waste is an attempt to keep up with the rising cost of maintaining drivers, landfill costs that are passed on to us, and certainly the equipment that's associated with solid waste. Every year, council.
Remind everybody real quick, they everybody can turn off their phones. Just joking. Sorry about that.
Every year, we get requests from all the departments that are above and beyond their budgets. We call those supplemental requests. And as I said, those are things that aren't typically part of their regular budget, but are things that they consider to be necessary for operations. Last year, as we did this year, we asked our departments to only submit supplemental requests if they felt it was absolutely necessary for their operations. And you will see some of those later on in the presentation. And then finally, council, in our budget request this year, we are asking the council to consider a cost of living increase for our city staff. Last year, we did not provide any increases to staff. This year, we are requesting the council consider a 4% increase for all city staff. We have those numbers. We have the numbers for a 3%. We have the numbers for a 5%. Certainly, our recommendation would be 4, but so the council could entertain any number it chose.
When you say city staff,
That would be all staff, sir.
everybody
Yes, sir.
in the city,
Everybody in the
all
city.
employees.
With the exception of appointees. I'm sorry.
Include us.
Appointees.
Do we get 5%?
Sir?
Do we get 4% on $10?
No. Mayor, you as well don't get an increase. So.
Hey, you know what, I'm making $187,000 a year, so I think I'm okay, thank you.
But yes, our recommendation is a 4, but we have numbers if we want to find something other. Again, this increase would be in lieu of what we didn't do last year, and certainly it's been a rough year for a lot of our staff. Moreover, this is consistent with what we're seeing other public agencies talking about with their staff. With that, Mayor, Council, I'm going to hand it over to Cindy, and she'll begin the presentation. Thank you.
I'm not going to stand, I hope they like to walk around. First off, for those of you that don't know, Seth is our controller, Larry is our finance director, Zach is our budget manager. And for those that were here last year, you'll remember he was in a cast, now he's in a booth. We just can't keep him healthy very well. He likes to play too much sports. So when we sent out the budget books, we included a budget process. And I'm going to let Zach talk a little bit about that as the budget manager. He starts that whole process with the departments. So I'm going to talk a couple of minutes about what that entails. And then we're going to delve into this idea of tax rates and talk about property tax rates. And you'll see that I've given you this packet, this is the top sheet. So from the time that we sent out the book to y'all, we've had the certified numbers come in. They were due to us July 26th from the appraisal districts. And so that has changed a few numbers. And so we're going to talk about those after Zach talks about the process.
Yes, so I'm not going to stand. But, so in May, we sent the department last year's budget for the most part. This is exactly what they had from last year. Give them a page of it. And we asked them to look at it to see where their expenses are this year, seeing if they're going to be on budget for this year. And then that kind of gives them an idea of what their budget needs to be next year. So then from there, they're given pretty much free rein to move their budget around however they see fit in their operating budget. Personnel costs are off limit, and any static costs are off limit. So static costs are basically like utilities, internal service charges like the equipment service rental fee, technology charges for like the internet and the computers they have, like it's serviced by other departments. So all of those things they can't touch, but everything else they can pretty much decide. We give the department heads free rein on how they would like to move that money around.
Within the same total.
Yeah, the total has to stay the same, they can't go above that. So,
From the previous year.
from the previous year, yes. So anything that needs to go above that they feel needs to go, for instance, we have some charges that might, like tipping fees or any extra projects that they need to do for the city, lights, things like that. And we'll see some of the supplementals that they issued this year, so that'll kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about. But they'll have to request that with their budget. They usually give out a detailed explanation of why they need it, what it's for, how much it's gonna cost, and then they submit all that back to me. So they give the original budget with any movements that they wanted to do, along with any supplemental requests. Now that's a normal year. Like Michael mentioned, this year wasn't normal, so we did not advise them to give supplementals. We asked them if it was necessary and critical to the city's operations that they submit those. So we have very few this year compared to prior years. So you'll see that. So from there, we meet me and city management and the director of finance all meet together to discuss what they've given us, any changes that they make, if they seem odd or anything like that. I would have discussed it with them prior, and then we discuss it together. And any questions from that meeting, we follow up with the departments after that. So that kind of gives me the base for what the next year's budget is going to be about. From there, I need to update all of our static costs, so utilities, which basically is taken by looking at prior years, usage, talking to the departments a little bit to see if that's going to continue, like water usage, electricity usage, as well as any rate changes that the utility companies send us. So sometimes they'll send most of them send it to us pretty early in the year, so I can kind of figure what the percentage difference is going to be and then apply those across the board. Same thing with internal service charges. The department heads of equipment services, technology charges work on that, and then they send me a allocation sheet where I can allocate that to all the departments for any changes. From there, we work on payroll. So payroll, what we do with payroll is we copy the live payroll as of whichever date. Normally, it's near halfway through the year. This year, we did it a little later, but normally it's halfway through the year. Copy over exactly what it is, and then I go and make any changes that need to be made. So any TMRS rate changes that have been made, any unemployment tax rate changes that have been made, also accounting for step increases within the fire and police department. And I think that's pretty much the big ones. And then from there, it's just little things of turnover. If we know that they're going to be hiring a new judge or a new fire chief or however, then I take that into account and make sure we've accounted for that, because those are usually.
Let me ask a question. When you're doing the budget for the payroll, are you basing it on positions or actual W-2 to mean an actual sold in that position?
No, we always budget for fully staffed.
Okay, so basically positions, not actual W-2s?
Yes, so those that are in, that positions that are held, that are in live payroll, we use those rates for live payroll. We use the entry-level rate for vacant positions.
Okay.
Okay? Unless we know it's going to be a director that needs to be maybe more at the medium range of salary than the entry level. So, and that's just based on discussion with city management and any directors.
Examples that we have, I mean, over the course of this last year, how many positions in OPD do we have? Oh, consistently, on average, maybe about 30, 40?
No.
No, less than that?
A lot more
A lot,
positions.
yeah.
But that would include both officers and civilian positions.
So basically, is what we end up doing is we budget those positions. What happens at supplemental income, we use it for overtime, do we roll it over?
A lot of it gets used for
A
overtime.
lot of
So
it gets used for overtime. We don't do, I mean, when we look at how overtime ends up at the end of the year, especially when, like during the boom, when it was hard to get anybody to come to work for the government, then you will see that our overtime just escalates a lot. And so those vacant positions being budgeted helps offsets that overtime. So yeah, so we budget for every position that's been approved, so.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. So that's the basic gist, and as I said, this is a couple months long process, so things change throughout that, so any hires or anything, I'm keeping track of those to put them into the budget, and give us the best estimate we can, obviously. So again, we do budget for vacancies, so that gets put in along with their benefits. I have to attach their benefits in there as well. And then that gives us a base payroll, then I apply any considered increases to payroll. So 3%, 4%, that gets added in at that point. And then I put all that together and it comes into this book. So it gives me a big list of a bunch of accounts, and then I organize them to put them in here. So that's pretty much to this point where we talk to y'all with the council retreat. But if there are any changes that need to be made, I make them quickly because we do have deadlines, because the next deadline for this is to get it filed by Monday. So
As a proposed budget.
as an official proposed budget with the city clerk. So from there, we hit all the other dates that we'll talk about a little later, I believe, so.
The proposed book has to be out there for a certain number of days before you even have your public hearing to go over the budget. And then it's a meeting later that you actually adopt the budget. So I think it's 30 days, is that right?
It has to be more than 30 days from when you adopt the tax revenue rate, but it has to be 15 days before you actually have a budget hearing about, a public hearing about it.
So just so you know, the budget the book that we gave you includes the 4%. Okay, so that's already in there. Down at the bottom, you will notice, we put an amount that says decrease for 3%. So the council says, no, we need to do 3% instead of 4%. This would be how much is saved for that fund. If council says, well, let's give 5%, then that would be the amount that we would have. And it's an estimate. A budget is an estimate. I've never seen us hit one exactly on target yet. But lots of things change during the year. And so, starting out, I just want to talk about tax rates, because your tax roll, your tax values will change throughout the year as well. So as people come in to pay taxes, I forgot to sign up for my homestead exemption. So can I do that, and then you'll take that off my tax bill? Well, of course they do, okay? So there's things that's changed. There are still some properties that are under protest, both in Midland County and Ector County. The review boards have gone through their process. Some of them still fall out. We were notified by Midland Central Appraisal District a couple of weeks ago that their review board hearings were running late, and so they had to notify us that instead of giving us certified values, they were giving us certified estimates. So their total value could still change as well. So I'm going to direct you to this spreadsheet that I gave you on top, and we're going to look at some comparisons for what's going on. So at the end of, for the 2020 certified, if you'll look at the far right-hand column, you'll see your total and the net taxable, I'm sorry, I did not, here, I gave it to you. That's all I've got. So you'll see that down in the green line, we had a total of $10,157,167.07. That was our certified values for the last tax year, the year we're in right now. So our preliminary, the middle columns, our estimates that we did our book on, was at $10,285,487. So that showed a $128 million increase in our estimate. So now we have our certified values for ECAD and we have our certified estimates for MCAT Midland. And so now the total value is $10,228,267,567. So we went from a $128 million increase down to just a $71 million increase. And that could change, okay? Just so you're aware. So that's about a 0.7% increase, so not a whole lot, okay? So as we go a little farther down the page, we're talking about types of tax rates. And I'm not sure how familiar y'all are with the different terminology of tax rates, so I'll talk about that a little bit. We used to have a tax rate that was called a rollback rate. And everybody remembered that because if you exceeded the rollback rate, then you actually had to take it to a vote of the people. So that rate is now called the voter approval rate, which under Senate Bill 2 that was adopted last year, we went from getting an 8% increase on our maintenance and operation rate to only a 3.5% increase, okay? Then we have the no new revenue tax rate, which used to be the effective tax rate. And basically what the no new revenue tax rate is it says, okay, you're not going to get any more tax revenue than what you got last year. That sounds real simple. But in the actual calculation, which is like 15 pages long, there is certain things that you get to adjust out of there. New property. So any new property doesn't go into that calculation because you didn't have it last year, so it should be exempted out from that calculation. We also have other adjustments. So at the end of last year, you would have had some properties still under protest, so you wouldn't have gotten advantage for that in your tax rate calculation last year. So that you get to add it back in to calculate your no new revenue tax rate, okay? In Ector County, as in most counties now throughout the state of Texas, you have appraisal districts. And they actually do the calculation of those rates for us, and then we review them. Well, the rate that's in your book is a rate that I calculated without all the information yet, because I didn't have all the components at the time that I was doing it for this book. So in this, where this packet is, farther on back, you'll see adjusted numbers based on the certified values and the calculation done by the appraisal district. And so, so they have come up with a voter approval tax rate. I'm sorry, I got those backwards. How did I do that? The rates are backwards. Your voter approval rate is always going to be the higher rate. So I apologize. got them flipped on your work paper. So, no, I don't. Maybe it's just my eyes. Okay. The voter approval tax rate that they calculated is 0.497231. And that would generate tax revenue at 96% collection, okay, of $48,823,792. Down below is the known and revenue tax rate, and it's at 0.482489, and that would generate $47,376,255. Is everybody seeing those numbers? So back up above a little bit, we took the prior year tax rate of 0.47115. We've talked about that with the, with the economy still kind of low, that maybe this would be a good thing to do for our citizens, is to keep our tax rate at the same that it was last year, okay? So if we do that, that's going to generate $47,110,658, okay? And the difference between that and what the known revenue rate would give us is $265,000. There's a little bit of a nuance there. When we did the budget book for y'all, based on the information that we had on the values, 96% gave us the $47,110,000, okay? With the new values, if I do it at 96.5% collection rate, I can get to basically the same number. And so that's what I'm showing you is, and we have historically in the first year of collections of your tax revenue, of your tax year levy, we have historically gone over 96.5%. So I don't feel uneasy about changing that percentage from 96. And totally, when we go farther years down the road, and this is one of the schedules that was in the supplemental schedules at the back of your CAFR, the annual report, it'll show you what our collection rates are in the year of the tax levy and then cumulative. And we always hit close to 98-99%, okay? So to make it easier to compare this to what we provided you in your budget and not to have to go through and make changes to all the numbers, at 96.5%, we get back to the same number that we had before, okay? Does that make sense? Okay. And so down below, the appraisal district will give us the average home taxable value. And I've showed you those for 19, 20, and 21. So you can see that it's increased every year. This year, it's a 3.56% increase over last year. So we really didn't get that much increase in total value, right? Well, what happened? Look back up at the top. We lost a lot of value in minerals from Midland County appraisal district. You'll see real estate values actually increased, hence why the average value per home went up, okay? You'll see that we had a slight decrease in our industrial and utility property. We had a slight decrease in personal property. And then we had a bigger increase in our commercial personal property. That makes sense. If businesses have deteriorated due to COVID and the oil and gas economy, then that value is going to be down as well. Okay?
Cindy, I'm just gonna say this, so the rest of the council, that mineral number, I still don't believe it. I don't believe that number for anything in the world. It can't go down. That was almost 20 million, or whatever it is, 20,000, whatever it is. It was way low. And so I just don't believe that number is correct, especially with oil back to $70. That valuation, I think, is way off.
Yeah, and you'll have to remember that these values are based on January 1, 21 numbers.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
That's when
Whatever the price of oil was
it's
at that
based,
time.
right, whatever's going on at that point in time, whoever owns a home at that point in time, that's that's who gets assessed the taxes, so, they base their value on January 1. It takes them a while to do it, obviously. And personal property renditions, what we call them, where businesses have to turn in what their personal property is, okay? Furniture, fixtures, vehicles, equipment, all of those things. Inventory is all taxable to a commercial entity, right? Those are, the drop deadline on those is May 15th, okay? So, depending on, and they don't go out and audit all of those either, what people turn in, okay? They will look at them for similarities to the prior year, look that they're using a correct method to come up with the value, and then that's, if they see any anomalies, then they'll contact the business and work through that with them. So, and Tom serves on the Ector County Appraisal District Board, so if you have anything to add.
Yeah, the hardest thing to figure is mineral values. And we struggle with that all the time. How do you, and there's some of that statute, the state has some rules about what you can do that. The difficult thing is that there's also no software companies that write any good software for someone collecting mineral rights. You got Midland County and Ector County. And so we've partnered with some other counties to try to get some software that work. But mineral values are very, very difficult. And I always thought it was interesting. If you notice, we have more mineral values in our portion of Midland County because they have crude oil there. We primarily natural gas in Ector County. And but those values were all way off in January.
So, and there may still be some adjustments to Midland's numbers before they get to their final values. Another thing that's difficult with minerals is the idea of directional drilling now. That used to not be an issue, right? So now we have where, your wellhead's here and where you're getting the oil from is over there, so you're doing directional drilling, right?
Right.
So my understanding from the appraisal district is they get that information based on what's filed with the railroad commission who oversees that. And it's done based on where the wellhead is. So I think there's some discussion about, but the mineral's really inside the city limits, but the wellhead's outside the city limits. So there'll probably be some new developments with that, but it is, all we can do is do based on what they're giving us today.
But we did talk to both Midland and Ector County Appraisal District about our concerns regarding the minerals. And I think we talked internally about seeking some outside assistance just to make sure that we're capturing everything we should be capturing.
What type of assistance are you looking for?
Looking for an expert in the field of minerals, Mayor, to make sure that the methodology that's being used by both the appraisal districts is one that certainly will ensure that we're getting the most out of that.
Just a good landman.
Yeah.
That can evaluate. I just know from personal experience from my oil income that I have wellheads outside of a section over in Midland that I have to pay taxes on because that board, the wellhead is outside the section over. If this is the section line, the wellheads are all over here, but the wells go 3 miles under the mall.
Okay,
And so I'm having to pay taxes on this whole section I have here based on, so I disagree with that assessment.
You got south hole and bottom hole in your directions.
Yeah, it's a different animal.
Yeah, it's always been a point of contention. There's also a lot of values.
I'd love to pay taxes on where the wellheads are. Tickle me to death. But it's a practical matter, it doesn't happen.
So I guess, we did the budget based on the no new revenue tax rate. The calculation that was done by the appraisal district is not their final yet. They don't finalize it for a couple of days yet. I don't know if there will be any changes. I guess the direction we need from council is, do you want to go up to the no new revenue rate if that still stays higher? If it goes lower, then we have to adjust down to that. If they do the new calculation, and the no new revenue rate is lower than last year's rate, the 0.47115, then we'll have to bring it down, okay? So is it y'all's direction to stay at last year's rate as long as it's lower than the no new revenue rate? Are y'all looking to do an increase in the rate? So that's kind of, I don't know where y'all's thoughts are, and that's kind of what we need to think about. And we can talk about it more towards the end of the day or after we get through general fund, but what we've proposed to you is based on last year's tax rate, adopted tax rate.
So everything that you based on as far as, the average 4% for the payroll, y'all all done it off the, 4.47%, right?
Yes, yes.
So, we go, if the appraisal district comes back and the lower rate, we go back down to pay, we put, 0.45. Budget-wise, as far as, based on your calculations, the payroll, what does that do?
I mean, that would be a decrease in our revenue, our tax revenue. You know, last year, we were pretty conservative in our budgeting on revenue because we weren't sure where we would end up. We actually ended up very well because of 1920. We have some excess funds in general fund balance. So we could make up our difference there if we want to. We're pretty conservative on our sales tax projection. We're using the 38.5 million with, we actually have some 380 agreements that we do rebates on, and we've estimated that at about $1 million, so we'll net 37.5 on sales tax. Looks like we're going to come in about 39 this year. Things turn around, it could be higher, so we may be perfectly okay. So it's, you know, it's hard to.
Yeah.
You placed into contingencies in
Yes.
anticipation on that.
Yeah, I think we could.
Funds around it, we try to maintain that 4%, which is.
Right, yes, absolutely. I mean, management feels that it's pretty important to do 4%, at least for our people, since we did nothing last year. And a lot of them have had spouses or that have cut in pay or lost jobs, and so,
Everybody has.
yeah, everybody has, even those that don't work for the city has, so, yeah, so, we would like to maintain that if at all possible.
How long, when was the last time that there was an increase?
Year before last, there was a
2019,
3%.
3%.
3%.
So it's been 3% over 2 years.
Yeah, typically we do 3%
Every year.
annually.
So the
unless-
bond was in 2020.
Yes. A couple of years before that, trying to think, we did a one-time payment instead of a percent increase. So, we kind of
Then
looked to see.
2017, when you were doing for the policemen.
Yes, we have done some additional things for fire and police throughout the time, just because we have a hard time keeping those positions filled. And we have neighboring places that offer more money. And obviously, it's very important that we keep firemen and policemen hired. I mean, it's important that we keep them on the street.
We don't make people rob.
Absolutely. Last year, the one supplemental that the council approved was 1.5 million for the 30 cadets for the fire department, because when the new fire department is up and operational, which will be 9-10 months.
The new station.
The new station, Station 9, then we will have to have employees for it. So cadets take about a year to get them through the schooling, through training, so that they know how Odessa Fire operates. So we did that. They were hired late December, so that they could start in January with their training. So that's now a part of the budget as well. Okay, so
that come out of the general fund?
Yes, fire and police are paid out of general.
Well, my sense is we just, just my 2 cents worth is I think that the citizens of Odessa have been through enough the last year. I think that keeping the rate the same would go a long way, to help people as much as we can. And that transverses across a big segment of people, the tax rate does. So this is kind of my thought. I could see if it generates close to what we're talking about.
I mean, we actually are generating more money because the values went up slightly.
Right.
But we also have that's also includes new property.
Right. And we got a lot more new property coming on. A lot of new property. There's activity on every empty piece of land in the city. As I drive around and look, that's amazing. All the old empty drill sites, everybody's snapping them up, and there's houses going all all the $200,000, $250,000 houses, 52nd Street to the $130,000 houses out, north, all the way out north, so $180,000 houses. So I just think it'd be good for the whole city, citizens of Odessa and the council. I think I've got a good feeling that the sales tax is going to be higher as I drive around again. I look at the hotels and I look at the restaurants. I drove by Longhorn Steakhouse at 2:15 Sunday, and there wasn't an empty parking spot. At 2:15. Right after church, yeah, I understand, but at 2:15, and then I looked over at where was the next one? Oh, the Huddle House, the new Huddle House over there, off the loop, and there wasn't a parking space over there. So I think there's people spending money and doing stuff. So I just kind of think the sales tax is going to surprise us a little bit, but I know we can't budget for that, but, going on.
So do Cindy.
Yeah, I know. No, I don't disagree with you. It's such a fragile number. Anything happens at all. This COVID thing takes off like it's taking off, and we get smacked with that thing again, and here we go backwards again. So you can't take that risk, I don't think. But leaving it where it is, tax rate where it is, I think it's just be good on our part to demonstrate to the city we care.
What was the new tax revenue for the .47715 again?
The .4771, the old rate, is
Right.
the 47,110,658.
And then, but you said that with the 96.5%.
This is it at 96.5.
Right here.
But with the new collection rate of a half percent higher, you said that would be.
So it's here. This one is that side. Was
Okay.
my preliminary. So here's at 96.5. So I kept it the same number by changing it 0.5% collection rate.
Okay.
Okay. And the tax rate is made up of two different things. You have your maintenance and operation rate, okay? And you have your debt service rate, okay? For any debt that the city has that is paid with tax dollars, okay? So there's not a limit set on that except $2. It's a state limit. We're not anywhere close to that, obviously. So the tax rate portion, the debt service rate portion is 0.12426. So the difference is then going to be your income rate, your maintenance and operations rate.
0.12, right?
0.12.
We don't have, with the 95 million that we were talking about, and then whatever we come in with the interest rates, what's that going to do with that? When do we put those numbers in?
The 95 million for the water treatment plant will not be paid with property tax.
No, I know that, I didn't say that.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, when we finally come out with the interest rate, whatever that interest rate is gonna be, when we sell that, and when my question is this, we come to a point where, with the interest rate and the combined debt that we have now, worst case scenario, we do have to go into the ad valorem, whether it's 12 months from now or 24 months from now. I guess you're saying no.
No.
You You don't anticipate it at all?
No. In the history of this, and I was on the outside auditing the city for 20, I'm gonna tell my age now. 27, 20, yeah, I know, Victor, we graduated. 27, 28 years. The city has never had to bail out of general fund tax dollars, debt for the water sewer fund. Okay?
Have we ever issued
That is, I'm sorry?
Have we ever issued that back before, during that time?
No, but prices have escalated a lot. Like, the last issue we did for water and sewer was 67 million, okay? And, so I mean, pretty basically, an enterprise fund should operate on its own, right? And that's what the water sewer fund is, as well as the solid waste, the golf course. So it is management's intent, and it's council's intent, I hope, with how we presented this to you, that councils going forward know that that debt belongs to the water and sewer fund. It's for the water treatment plant rehab. And so that debt belongs to that fund and should be paid for out of that fund. Will it need an increase in water sewer rates? I'm sure it will, okay? I'm not gonna tell you no, it won't. I have not built that rate in, an increase in for the debt in this budget, because we were a little uncertain how we were gonna end up with this, okay? As far as, did it pass, did we do a bond issue, what did we do, okay? The first year payment, based on the amortization schedule we have now, is 3.3 million, okay? We have some excess fund balance in water and sewer fund if we want to pay it out of there. We have pioneer funds if we want to pay that out of there. So the increase that we proposed in our book for water sewer is the 2.5, just like we did last year. As council was talking about, let's do small incremental increases each year instead of, I can remember one year we raised water sewer rates 20%. It's in our book, but
Yeah, I
it
saw
was
that.
huge, but we hadn't raised them for a while. Okay, we went through the drought process, for those of you that remember the drought.
We use, that's.
Yeah, and at that time, when we had the big drought increase, we switched our rates to a tiered rate system where you had based on what size meter, what your usage was, so you fell into different tiers for how much water you use. Part of that was a conservation effort to keep people from using too much water because we were limited. Okay? So we're not proposing any increase to the water sewer rate for the new debt at this point, okay? I think we can pay for it out of funds that we have. We can revisit this next year in our budget process to see, does it need a 0.5% increase, a whole percent, another whole percent increase for it? So I think we can visit it at that point. But we've got...
I'm sorry, there's another factor at play that I don't think most of the council probably is aware of, that the rates from the CRMWD, I've been talking to several board members, and I do know they negotiated a new contract. We have, you may or may not know, I'm sure you do, that from Lake Island, we have to pump water uphill. So our electric costs and our rate we pay for the water is more than some of the other cities because of the pumping cost. However, I do know that the CRMWD, number one, is paid off a lot of debt, and they have a big rate stabilization fund. There's a lot of bucks in it, and they're trying to hold the rates where they are to us. In fact, they're probably next year going to go down. They can't go down this year. It's always am I saying that right? Retrospective rating, retrospective number.
It's based on your past
On your
years.
past year, so it can't go down this year. But what they're talking about doing, I think they've indicated that to you, is that they're probably going to use part of their rate stabilization fund not to go up on us. So we have an opportunity here, next year, if it goes down, it'll generate extra money for us with the water sewer fund because we're not paying as much for our water. And so we can have a better opportunity there to recover those costs. And I think that's important for everybody. You know, I had a long conversation with Mickey Jones Sunday, who's president of the CRPD, and they have Tom Grant. He's the one proposing that. It's not the board. It's not, but we won't go to August the 11th. So there's no reason for us to think that the water rates will go up. So that's where they are. So I think that's important for you to know. Because they pay off a ton of debt, and that they can do that because that's where they are. We're one of the original member cities, and we got 4 votes on there, so it's really important.
So, I'm sure y'all know, but if you don't, our payments to CRMWD are twofold. One is a fixed cost because as a member city, and so a big portion of that is helping pay the debt that CRMWD has. So as their debt goes down, then that happens. But they went through a period of years where they were doing a lot of infrastructure type stuff, and so their debt climbed.
Build lakes.
And so the other side of it is a price per gallon for however much water we draw, right? So their estimate for me this year is pretty much in line with the current year. So we made no change in that cost to the budget. So, if anyone's interested in a copy of the tax calculation, you're bored and want to see, I have copies, and you want one?
Yeah, okay.
So, and if we get a change in this, you don't want one? You're good, you don't want one? You don't want one? Did you want one? If we get a change in the calculation, then I will let y'all know that. That's what it is.
And the only change we're expecting is from Midland, right?
Well, it could be Midland's value, or if they have any correction to their calculation, okay? And behind this, I've given you the new certified numbers from both Ector County and Midland County. And then I gave you just the change numbers on these sheets that were in your book. And so that's available there.
Do we, I have one question for you. Personal property taxes. Do we, is Slaymire Field in the city limits? It is not. It's not. I thought that line was right there at Slaymire. It's not.
That is not in the city.
Oh, okay.
There's
I thought-
places along Andrews Highway
Highway
that's
that are-
not inside the city limits as well. It's got kind of a weird line on there, just when we talk about all the game rooms along there. A
Yeah.
lot of those are just in the county,
County.
they're not in the city.
Because I just wondered, because I know that the county does not charge property tax on privately owned airplanes, and I was just wondering how far that's, so, and Midland County does. That's a huge revenue source. So I'm just curious about that.
So I'm
We'll
kind
tax
of,
it.
Excuse me? Huh?
We'll tax that content.
We have to go out and buy it. The commissions are so good, never mind. I don't want to say that publicly.
so anything else y'all want to talk about? Tax rate. Are y'all bored of tax rate yet? Well, I'm kind of getting the feeling from y'all that y'all are kind of staying where we're at unless they change the calculation, and then we'll revisit that.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
so pretty much would be the consensus. Stay where we're at, and then we'll adjust.
Okay.
Let's say something.
How much on the COs, how much was our property tax, how much does how much the property tax rate, I know we use it to guarantee that, those COs, but how much does it help us with the rate, the interest rate? That's what it does.
That's what it does, it's
Right.
just as collateral.
I understand, but how much,
it saves you?
how much in interest do you think?
It's generally about a percent and a half.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you would be, so GO bonds carry the same interest rates as your certificates of obligation because the collateral is the same, it's property tax,
Right.
right? But if you did revenue bonds, then that changes because revenue bonds require you to keep sinking a specific amount of which is a percentage of the bonds in an account, and it requires you to meet certain operation levels every year, okay? So that's the reason we typically do not do revenue bonds. Those aren't as prevalent anymore in the
It's
cities.
not as effective, but percent's a lot, you know, that's a big number on 95
What
million.
what is the thought behind requiring that reserve? What are they trying to achieve with that?
What they're trying to achieve is because, okay, put on your business hat, you know, because you're in the enterprise fund, right? So if the money that's being generated annually is what's going to pay the debt, right? Then they want assurance that if you have a bad year, let's say we have a drought and we have no water, or let's say, you know, something else happens that cause, let's say we have a bunch of, I really don't like to say, we have some catastrophe with our water sewer system, okay? Then they want that fund to be there available, that money available to make your payments on the debt, okay? So it has to be set aside.
Just like
The reason, so,
depreciation with the business,
yeah, okay,
you fund depreciation.
right.
Same
You
deal.
also, what the tax collateral does, it says, well, we know that if something catastrophic happens, then they can go raise their tax rate to, which is kind of a misnomer because the states put some limitations on that to a degree, okay? But you could go in and raise your taxes for debt, okay? Debt's a lot less restrictive as far as the tax rate goes. Then you could do that in order to make the payments. Okay, that's the collateral difference between the two, between a revenue bond and a CO or a GO bond. Okay?
We'll make sure you get paid.
Yeah, I mean, when you're selling your bonds to bondholders out there in the public, then yeah, they want to know that they're, well, one, that they're rated good, and two, that, you know, everything's available to make sure the payments.
What kind of rate are we carrying now, rating? What are we carrying now?
We have a double A with Moody's and an A, S&P. And this year, we're gonna use Moody's and Fitch. S&P has gotten real, picky about pension debt, okay? And they use that as part of their, in their scenario. I mean, all of them look at your pension debt, obviously. And if you'll recall, several years ago, instead of just issuing, instead of just having to record if you didn't make your required contribution payment annually, instead of just having to, and the same thing with OPEB, which is health insurance once you retire, right? If you didn't make your required contribution, then that was your liability. But several years ago, the Government Accounting Standards Board came in and said, no, you've got to record your unfunded liability, okay, of your pension plan, okay? So we have that for TMRS, we have that for the Fireman's Fund, and we have that for post-employment benefits, which is medical dental insurance once you retire.
See, that's what broke GM. They never funded, a lot of those big corporations never funded their pension liabilities.
It's
Or their health
historic-
insurance liabilities.
Historically, governments did fund it.
I mean,
right?
it's an unfunded liability, but you gotta pay
We
it.
had a lot of California cities committed to unfunded pension. So we are very on.
So, and if you'll recall, that's what showed us when we go to a government-wide financial statements in your annual report, you saw that we had a little bit of negative amount was due to that transaction. That's another reason why we want to make sure our fund balances are healthy so that it can counter-react any negativity with pension, unfunded pension liability when we're looking at issuing debt with the rating agency. Okay. All good questions. Okay, so,
Mayor, council, whenever you guys.
Y'all need a break?
Let us know.
okay, we'll take a few minutes.
Stand up.
Sure, I think 5% is not outside. $170 to find it short, but they found that short. And that transformer. There you go. I got it. We have appliances this year. Last year and this year, it's been crazy. Air conditioning, everything. Lake, all three of them here, but two of them out of my three, I just don't care.
You know, it's my favorite thing. It's my favorite. All right.
I can do this.
I always jealous of the people who know break. I always wanted to do that. But I broke all my boots in my mom out.
Yeah, you give them a
Look in there, see what's in there.
not hard.
Council, if you don't mind, we'll go ahead and get going.
So the next topic is sales tax. I'm not sure we need to spend a whole lot of time on sales tax. This page in your book shows you some history. Obviously, we had a really fantastic year in 17, 18, 19, 19. 19, 20 started off pretty good, so even though COVID and the decline in oil and gas hit, it really didn't cripple us too much. Okay? But this year, we didn't have those good months for the part of the year. And so it's, we're projecting we'll end up about 39, maybe close to 40 million. We won't know August, we'll know August next week and see if we're on track with that. So we budgeted, like we mentioned before, 38.5, which is lower than what we expect to get. And that's typical of us to budget under. Okay? That also gives us a little bit of wiggle room in your budget if it comes in better, as it has been. Okay? So your next page, and turn it sideways like this, is we're going to talk about those things we mentioned, which were supplemental requests. Okay? Typically in the past, we've had big amounts, but it was due to those excess sales tax dollars that we were looking at. When you budget, 40 million, 42 million, you get 59, you got a lot of money left over, right? And so we were trying to do, we did some signals, we would do some road repair work if necessary. We would do things that was needed at different places around town. We did a GEXA project out of supplemental money, which was to relook at and get energy savings in our buildings. Our buildings are pretty old, and so they redid some stuff there to help with our usage of electricity and that for our heating and cooling. Trying to think of some. We did the VoIP system. Our phone system was pretty antiquated. So we did a new phone system a couple of years ago. I mean, it's just been finished, but we started that a couple of years ago. So that's some of the types of things that we do when we have those excess sales tax dollars. Since we don't expect a whole bunch of excess sales tax dollars this year, what I will tell you is that we ended up better than we thought we would last year. So part of the funding for that is kind of coming out of what we had left over from last year. And we need to fund balance, so we'll see how much of it gets spent by the end of this fiscal year. Typically, if y'all approve these out of the current year monies, then it's hard for them to spend that by September 30th, because we generally don't approve it till the end of August, first part of September. So it actually will roll over into the next year, but it's a commitment making at this time. And so the first one is a sizable one. It's $450,000 that's on the master plan and annexation. I'm going to let the city manager talk about that.
Thanks, Cindy. As Cindy mentioned, what you're seeing listed here, Council, is the various departments giving us what they think they have to have. These are things that they know they have to have in order to keep operations. The first one I'll talk about is a master plan annexation study. So the last time the city did a master plan and adopted a master plan was in 2016. Prior to that, the last master plan that wasn't a minor tweak to the master plan had not been done since 1989, well before you were there. So in 2016, there was a lot of effort put into doing the master plan, and the master plan really is the basis for all our other plans that we have. So if you recall from looking at the water master plan, the sewer master plan, the traffic master plan, they all reference the comprehensive master plan. It's probably time for another update. I would say from 1989 up to 2016, it was probably a really long time and didn't really take into account what was happening in our community. And I will tell you, looking at the 16 plan and what we're seeing today, it is also vastly different. The other thing that I think makes this perhaps something we should consider is the issue related to the county assistance district and how we as a city are intending to annex and grow. I think all of you recognize the impact that might have. So a component of this will be to really do an analysis and or study of where the city should be growing. I think it'll take into account, certainly it should take into account, whether or not the areas that we intend to annex are going to be areas that, one, will provide enough revenue to be able to support the services there. One of the things that we always have to remember as we annex is that ultimately the goal is to make sure that that area is producing enough revenue that it helps pay for the services that will ultimately be needed in those areas. Because otherwise, if we annex large swaths of areas and it is not producing the revenue that we need to, what that means ultimately for us is that we've got to look at other things like raising property tax rates so we can help supplement that. So that's always a consideration. Oftentimes we get asked why we don't annex certain parts of our county today. And part of that equation, folks, is understanding what is the cost of service versus the revenue that might be generated in there. So one of the things that we would propose if the council chooses to fund a new master plan would be a component that really looks at annexation, because I think that's going to be important for you as a council as we look at areas to grow, whether or not those are in fact the areas that we should be growing into, looking at what is the cost of infrastructure to expand into those areas. Water and sewer costs are pretty significant. We need to understand how that plays into larger traffic patterns in our community. Moreover, what is the potential cost for those services? So one of the things that we would certainly request as part of the master plan is a real analysis for annexation, because again, I think that gives a tool for the council to understand whether or not areas are again, worth the effort in annexing, and certainly will bring ultimately some benefit to the community. Back on the master plan, I'm going to let Philip kind of talk about that. Philip worked very diligently on the last master plan, and so he's going to talk a little bit about the master plan itself and why we think that might be beneficial for us.
Council, so as Mr. Burrow said, this is a plan that is 5 years old, and something that we saw interesting through this plan, we had a development consultant that walked us through review of our processes, and one of the first things that development consultant pointed out, and I took a quote from her in a report that she provided, but she did state that though our plan is only 5 years old, we are seeing that our plan, and we've outgrown our plan per se, that our growth has taken place so much within our community that we've basically outgrown our plan. So that was one of the first things that triggered us to start looking at this master planning process. You may hear Randy Brindley, our development director, when he gets up in front of council and a new type of development comes to the council for approval, and he states that this is within the common type of land use that council should suggest or either approve or disapprove the type of development. And this is what this master plan will assist the council with and also staff with. If we should have this type of development in a certain part of an area, or even if it's, as Mr. Burrow said, an annexed portion of property, whether that type of development will be beneficial. Something that we also see as well is we see potential for a lot of retail growth or home growth in areas, and we're seeing a lot of industrial growth, extra homes, things like that. So the master plan will help not only the city, but developers, the council in the future, in ensuring that our land use is proper that we have out there. Something that we also want to take into account for with our growth that we're seeing, of course, we've implemented impact fees. We see future growth within the community. And what we don't want to see is us laying a road and then tearing it back up 2 years later to put a new sewer line into that road or something that affects coordinating our infrastructure that needs to come in for new development. So this plan will look at those type of items to make sure all of our new infrastructure that's going in place is going to be proper going through that. We also have a unique aspect to our community where we're surrounded by oil and ranch land. So we want to make sure that we're coordinating with those groups and making sure that when we do look at future annexation, when we do have infrastructure that has to run on those type of properties, that we do have a future route for easements and things of that nature for those infrastructures to grow through. So those will be items that'll be looked at. Something that comes down to when you start harnessing into the master plan is a sense of community, a sense of place of what you're looking for. So Councilmember Willis and I had a conversation with a local doctor that approached us about wanting to see more trees in the city. And that may be something that a lot of the community may want to see, and some may not care about having trees or whatever it may be that they have an interest in. And this gives the opportunity for the community to come forward to the city and say, we want to see trees, we want to see brighter streets, we want to see more parks, things of that nature. So from a comprehensive 10,000-foot view, we can look at those things that the community wants, and we can start to plan for those as we get those voices from the community as well. Going back to the zoning that we touched on a little bit, going back to those areas, 191, I-20 are great areas to look at. Some of those areas may need to be zoned differently by the council in the future to allow for that retail growth, and that way it's not always just metal industrial buildings that are going up on our gateways to our community. So having those master plans, mapping those things out, help to map out those gateways for the community, helping determine where the best place for those industrial and residential type developments are. And the last thing I just put in is echoing Mr. Murrow, is the annexation. So you're looking at the cost of growth and the benefits of growth as we do annex future areas, and then what development growth and economic development opportunities are in those areas. Any questions?
I'd like, on these master plan, this is the approved. What are you looking at, about a year before this is complete?
Yeah, so if we look at the last one that we did, it was about a year and a few months. One of the things that Philip touched on and I'll expand on is that this is a very community-based driven plan. If you folks remember that first one, the 2016 plan, we went to every location that would have us because we wanted that vital community input. And when we look back on what we've accomplished in that plan, there's a lot of things that we were able to do. Much of what you see in terms of our discussions, we were having initial discussions of downtown. It started with that plan, and that grew into the downtown master plan. Certainly some of the things that we are seeing on the east side as it relates to growth. I think what's important about this plan, and what we should be focusing on is a real redevelopment component, because development's going to happen, honestly, in the north and eastern side of our community, whether we do much of anything at all. I mean, it's important, obviously, to get the major infrastructure lines out there, make sure the major roadways are in place. But where we don't see enough development is in our existing neighborhoods, right? So places like West Odessa, South Odessa, Central Odessa. One of the things that the 16 plan and this plan will also look at is what are the best ways for us to bring back redevelopment? What sort of incentive programs can we put in place? What are other communities doing to make sure that that growth is continuing? Because annexation may not be the answer, right? It may be internal growth as opposed to growing from where you're at today. So our hope with the plan is again, one, it's a community-based plan, because there is a requirement that we go out and we have public meetings, and just like we did the last time, we will have as many of those, we will be as many events, we will have it as, we had some here, we had some in South Odessa, West Odessa, all over the place. So that's again, a very community-driven program, project, but more importantly, it really looks at where are your areas of opportunity, whether those are new opportunities, existing opportunities, and as I mentioned, what's important here also is an annexation analysis. So you know exactly what's it going to cost to develop new areas versus what you get back. Oftentimes when we think of annexation, we think of North and Northeast Odessa. What are the opportunities in South Odessa? What are the opportunities in West Odessa? Those are some of the areas that we think that should be the component of our master plan.
You know, I hope that's one of the focuses, because, you know, with Cheryl coming in, you know, I think South and West Odessa is, I mean, there's a great opportunity there. Yeah, it's really good. I really want to focus on that. If we do a master plan, I want that to be a big focus. A lot of folks. And so we have to be ready for it if that's the case. And I don't want to have to be getting behind the 8 ball trying to figure out, you know, before we all get off of council, it's going to be reality.
Yeah, one of the things that when I often think about redevelopment, I think of some of these shopping centers like the ones on West County Road or North Andrews Highway. What are the opportunities there to reactivate those?
Right.
Because folks still need services in those neighborhoods.
Absolutely.
They're just having to travel to the east side to get them.
Right, and they don't do that most of the time.
Do you have a consulting firm in mind?
Yes, sir. We will do a request for qualifications.
Okay.
So we would entertain that from various firms.
Right.
The next item is one related to code enforcement. I'm going to let Philip talk about that one.
Yes, Mr. Monroe, what we have is several structures that require demolition. If you reference the weekly report that we do have, we send out to council, you'll see community development in their monthly. And there's several structures that we're securing, we're boarding up. If we don't board those up and get rid of them, they start turning into areas where we have drug-related activities, squatters, transient folks taking over those. So we're always looking for additional funds to demo existing structures out. You will see a handful of commercial structures in there, but a lot of them are residential. The city does on residential side, we do not put a lien on those properties, so we're encouraging that those become an infill development for future housing. On commercial, we do put a lien on those, so if someone does wish to construct commercial, that we can try and recoup some of that funding back.
Philip, how do we recognize these when people contact us, or is the city driving around, or how do we put them in order, and how do they come to?
Sure. So it's a mixture of both. We do receive folks calls and say, you know, so and so. I'll give you an example. We had one last week when an individual was incarcerated, so there's no one at the home any longer, and we have squatters. It's all the yard coming up, things of that nature. So they just kind of took over the home. So we had those individuals removed from the home. We secured it, and that went to our zoning board of adjustment because that property has been taken to a condition where it's no longer livable. So the building official gets involved with those, and he'll put property of this building's in imminent collapse as possible. They don't have utilities connected to the property, such as water, electric. Those get a priority, but those that are the most likely to come down, cause safety issues, health issues, those get to the top of the list.
Well, what about, I'm just curious as we're talking about that, but just real quickly, like the old Pioneer Furniture Building on 2nd Street. I mean, I noticed the other day that I drove past that, it was fenced off, so we.
Yeah, so
We're gonna demo that?
Yeah,
Okay.
thankfully, we're not gonna do that. We've been talking to the owner of that, and the owner will be removing that himself.
Oh, okay, I saw the fence around, so I thought, oh, okay.
Denise, when these things generally come on our list, they'll go to the Board of Survey. You've got some point members of that Board of Survey, and they're gonna look at and generally they're gonna present the worst cases, the ones that really are problematic, the ones we get calls from PD, neighborhoods, the ones that have been set partially on fire, that are in imminent collapse. Those are the ones that typically get right away. The next item is one request we have from Human Resources. It's minor in nature, but they currently don't have it in their budget. So the first is tuition. The city has historically provided tuition reimbursement for our staff members who want to continue their education or get a particular certificate. Ironically enough, the Human Resources Department did not have a line item for that. So they're requesting $4,000. I think they have staff members who are interested in continuing their education. We think that that's important to have an educated workforce. And the requirement is that the education that they take, whatever that may be, has to be germane to their job and will be a benefit of the city. I mean, we're not funding education for someone who wants to be
Sure.
And there's some parameters in that. If you do it and we reimburse you, and you turn around and leave the next month, then we recapture that.
Advertising, they've asked for a little bit more money in advertising. Typically, when I talk about advertising, is getting the word out about our positions. Typically, we will place those in the newspaper or on the city's website. As all of you know, most folks aren't going to the newspaper or the website for a job. They're going to Indeed, they're going to any of the other job services. And so this will allow us to have a greater presence on places like Facebook, Indeed, LinkedIn, and all of those others. And then finally, they're requesting $1,500 for a FMLA tracking software. Like any organization, especially an organization of 1,000 plus positions, we have people who take off because of medical reasons. And sometimes it's difficult for us to keep up with that many people. We think a software will help us do that. So we can make sure people are submitting the right sort of paperwork, that FMLA is triggered when it's supposed to be triggered, that when they come back, they have the appropriate documentation in order to come back. And so that's the request for Human Services. One thing I'll point out that I didn't say early on, and I apologize, Council, you'll see two categories. You'll see what we call a one-time category and an ongoing category. The one-time is just that, it's just a one-time expense for a particular piece of equipment or item, and then the ongoing are items that you're going to see continually going on. I missed one, Philip, I'm sorry. The education program, I'm going to digress and have them go back to that.
Council, I believe many of you attended the back-to-school event that we had at McKinney Park, and that's fruit of the labors of this the department, but also the funding that we received for that program comes from this. So something we did have to pause for a little while was due to COVID was the neighborhood block parties, but we are starting that back up. We are having sweeps within the district, so once a month, each district will have what we call a sweep, and if you're not familiar with that, there will be notices posted on doors. If you have an old mattress, refrigerator, whatever you need to get rid of, put it in your alley. Solid Waste and the street department will go and pick that stuff up, and we'll take it to the landfill. So that assists with advertising for that. It assists for the man hours that are associated with that. And at the end of those sweeps, we have a quarterly party where we have, like we did this 2 weekends ago, we have a live event, we have the departments out there, anyone from the fire department to human resources who's talking about positions we have open are out there. We also take that opportunity to educate the folks that are out there about keeping your neighborhood clean through code enforcement, stormwater, building inspections, those folks as well. So that would be towards that program and continuing that program.
Sorry. Building services, I think Cindy will take this one.
I'll take it. The new director in building services, we used to not get any supplementals, but the police station, there's an electrical switchgear replacement that needs to be done. And then the air handler replacement underneath it. They suffered through some pretty hot days over there. and also cold days, I think, in the winter. So these are necessary to get them back in a good operational condition. The next two items are ongoing with the new training facility for OPD, and then the parking garage that the city owns, the public parking at the Marriott. We have elevator maintenance that we have to add in for those two places, so that's an ongoing. We also are going to have additional janitorial service with our animal control facility and the new training facility at PD. So that's $23,100. There is a boiler replacement needed at City Hall. That's $36,000. And then we need to replace some commercial overhead doors. Most of those are in our fire stations. And they had requested to replace 40 doors, and we cut that in half and said, let's look at doing 20 now and try to do 20 next year possibly. The big ticket item under building services is the Municipal Plaza. And I'm gonna let Philip help me a little bit with this because he's gone and been involved. But one of the things is we've got to do a roof replacement on the second floor. So I don't know if y'all are familiar, but on the back side of the building, there's actually a roof at the second floor, and that's where the air conditioners and all of that stuff is. And we have been patching, and I think we're past that point of patching in the roofing business. So I think it needs to be replaced. That part is about $70,000 to $80,000. The other thing is, and Philip will know more about this, on the outside, of course, Municipal Plaza is a very old bank building that we have now, right?
That's a bank.
Yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day.
You want to talk about kind of the exterior problems?
Sure. So if you go and look at Municipal Plaza, there are panels that are a red color on the building, and those are starting to separate from the building. So we have put safety mechanisms in place to keep those panels from falling and causing any safety issues. But if you look at those safety mechanisms aren't the most aesthetically pleasing that are out there. So what we have looked through with our architect that we've joined with, it's JSA, they assisted us with looking at this project. There's a project to bring those panels down and then fill that area to weatherproof it with EFIS and get rid of those panels so we don't have further separation. We will also look at the windows on the first floor of sealing those up in a better nature, and there are single pane windows, so those are in the offices, whether it's code enforcement, downtown Odessa. They're getting a lot of heat, a lot of cold in there because those windows are old or leak through, so we replace those windows. And then there would also be a replacement of the signage on the building as well. There's the old city logo, and if you look at the signage there, most of that signage is coming down as well, so we would replace that. But really, it's an exterior facelift of not only replacing those panels, but also painting it to bring the building up to an aesthetic pleasing nature.
The panels have been sliding on us for about 2 to 3 years, and if you drive by the building, you'll see we've shored those up with 2x4s. Because what we've got is right over most of those windows in that building, they designed heavy concrete panels, and those have broken loose from their anchors and are sliding down. So there was we noticed that it was a real danger. We had to actually combed off and blocked off for months until we came up with a short-term solution. This would help address that. That is a major issue on that building.
How hard are these numbers? 525?
Mayor, I think they're pretty good from the standpoint that it should cover all the repairs, plus give us a little cushion in case there are price increases, depending on when we budget, on when we actually bid the project.
I have a question on this janitorial service. How did we miss that in our budget process? I mean, you know that you're gonna need janitorial service at the police department, at the animal control shelter. Why is it here and not in the budget itself?
Well, because of how we do our budget, in that if there's going to be an increase in the cost, So our what is our? PJS is our contract on that, and they agreed to keep their price the same, but because we're adding additional buildings for them to clean, that's why we had an increase. So we put it as a supplemental because it's something added new to the budget because of the new buildings.
Next year it would be in the budget.
Next year it'll be in the budget. So all of these that are ongoing will now become part of the budget going forward.
And while we're finishing up the buildings, so we'll have a couple of months of extra cost there, which we think we can support. As you know, the animal control won't be built for another year or so, so timely, I think it's about the appropriate time frame.
What type of new exterior lighting are y'all looking at in Municipal Plaza?
I think it's just that light pole that's outside, to light up around the building. I mean, you have street lights, but it's not geared towards the building.
Yeah, I've worked in that building, and coming out at night is
It's even scarier going into the garage.
yeah. all of that around there, I agree.
Yeah. Okay, Philip, you want to take, are there any other questions about the municipal plaza? Okay. Municipal court is asking for some monies for camera system.
Yes, so municipal court has a camera system that is about 14 years old, and I recall that because I was at municipal court when that was installed. It's been there for quite a while. But the court is required to record our court hearings and record our hearings as a court record. And so our system that we have now is no longer being supported by the company. So we're wanting to upgrade the system. So this includes microphones and cameras for the courtrooms. It also includes security cameras for the lobby and then also the windows. What we encounter occasionally is someone will come in and say, well, I didn't plead not guilty at the window. And you can, if it's within a timely manner, you can rewind it and say, yes, you did plead guilty or not guilty at the window, and we can reference that. But also a big component of this system as well is that the judge is able to magistrate those that are arrested from his courtroom. So he can sit down in his courtroom and they can bring, he has a TV and a camera in his courtroom, and the jail can put a prisoner in front of the camera at the jail and they can do their magistration process as well. So that's the encompassment of the system. And this includes the equipment and the actual install.
Our next item was brought to us by Hal Feldman, our traffic director, and they do studies continually of different intersections that might need additional a signal or additional if we have to add stop signs or whatever. And so he brought two to us, Yukon and Golder. There's been they look at from the accidents and complaints, obviously, by citizens. And then the other one at Faudree and Trace Hermines, which is going to be a little tricky because you have 191 and you hit that light and you hit the next light at Dorado.
East Ridge. It's up in the.
No, there's one in between.
Dorado.
Also, there's one that comes from the country club.
One little,
Yeah, so it's going to be kind of but if you're on Trace Hermanas and you're trying to pull out left, forget it. Keep going right's even a little.
Well, all those restaurants, they're great, Chick-fil-A, and, oh my gosh, that traffic is awful.
That's what he brought to us. That cost about $300,000 a piece. Whoever did traffic signals were so expensive.
Really.
The next few items are from our parks department.
Have we seen a lot of accidents, any fatalities in those intersections?
So I don't know if we've seen fatalities, Tom, but we have certainly seen accidents. And a lot of it has to do with volumes as well. I mean, oftentimes I'll get a request from a council member to look at an intersection. What Hal and his staff do is they study it for a while to determine speeds, volumes, and we go back and look at accident history. All of those numbers factor into a national safety traffic standard And if those standards are what is called meets warrants, then we'll either look for, in this case, lights to be put there or some other traffic mitigation measure.
Tom, you know, once they stop at that light at 191 and Pottery, there's not another light when they get to East Ridge. East Ridge. And so, and so the speed that comes from 191 to Tres Hermanos is pretty rapid. People try to go left, right. It's always something.
Well,
And people trying to turn right into there to go to Chick-fil-A and Roses and all. It's just a mess right there all the time.
Well, that light at your right, you know, the opposite
Right.
side is that apartment complex. So
Right.
there's no way to go between Tres Hermanos to that signal because it's the other side of the apartment complex.
Right.
So that signal helps on one side, but it doesn't help on the others.
It's a mess.
Parks submitted a request for a stump grinder at $6,000. And then, of course, their others are some ongoing for maintenance improvements and chemicals. We've really seen an increased cost in chemicals. And so this was to make their budget where they could handle all the increased costs.
It looks like to me, how many stumps are they grinding over? Can't they contract that out cheaper than buying a piece of equipment?
No, we probably grind a lot of stumps. We take out a lot of dead trees, unfortunately.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A lot of that happens with, in our parks, with bulk pickup and stuff too. So.
Huh. Okay.
Councilmember Thompson, just as a frame of reference, in a conversation with Mr. Patton yesterday, we were talking about trees in parks, that there are 72 trees in just one park that need to come out due to the winter storm. So they're identifying those throughout the community as well. They're going to be replaced, but they have to get rid of those stuff.
Right, yeah. The winter storm got a bunch of them, yeah. Okay. Interesting question.
The fire department submitted two ongoing requests. Cindy mentioned earlier that we added 30 new cadets for the new station. Similar to human resources, this is an increase to their tuition reimbursement line item. There are several certificates that the firefighters, EMS folks get. And so this will just help us get those folks, get additional training and reimburse their expenses for education. The other item is a $3,000 increase in janitorial supplies when we open Station 9. And just so you know, Station 9, the fire station's staff generally cleans that, and this is just for supplies.
They do their own.
They do their own.
Fire stations. And their own yard. And the last thing again is fertilizer and chemicals for the golf fund, which Parks oversees the golf funds.
Is this an increase in cost of the fertilizer or an increase in volume?
But it could be both. I mean, we hadn't really added park land, I don't think. So I would say it's either needing to put down more fertilizer and there is an increase in cost.
I think still has a little better explanation on that.
As it relates to the parks items, aquatics, chlorine, we received an increase of about 15 to 16% on our chlorine bill. And not only did parks receive that, the water treatment plant has received that as well for the disinfectant process. So the parks department didn't have the ability to absorb as much of that cost as the parks department did, so they're looking to increase that. As it relates to the horticulture chemicals and the fertilizer for the golf course, those are going to be increased costs that we're seeing as well. We buy off the buy board for our chemicals, our fertilizer, out of a group out of Stanton, Helena Chemicals. And the same thing, they brought us about a 20% increase on our chemicals. We shopped around, and that's probably the best bet we're still seeing out there.
With the management team that we have over the aquatics, the pools, they don't take care of any of the supplies and chemicals?
No, sir. No, sir.
They're staffing.
Okay.
Okay.
For what it's worth, I think that these are good and reasonable requests. said, I know it adds up, but we have the money, and we need to be able to do these things. That municipal court of records system, that's essential. That is, I can't say that about it. I couldn't have said anything about it 2 years ago, until we started working with municipal court and see the increasing need that they have for this camera system. It assists them if someone comes back with complaints or allegations or just as Philip said, just the court record, this, being able to have access for the Ector County Jail registration process is critical. I think when Judge Gray was still here, they would go out, drive out to the courthouse, and this is COVID, and roll the window down enough to do some of the process, and it was just not good. It was not good. This is just all, important cost of doing business.
Are there any of the supplementals that y'all have an issue with this going forward with, or?
For the one time, talking about $245,000, where's that money coming from?
Okay. So, last year, at our year ending 1920, we gained about almost $13 million in the general fund. Part of that is due to some of our supplementals not getting spent during 1920 due to COVID. One big ticket item of that was about a little over $3 million that we had set aside for some of the road improvement stuff, increasing seal coat and overlay. And so we're carrying that forward to the current year, and they've been spending more of that this year. And then we had so we rolled over about $8.5 million of those types of projects to be done that have been budgeted for in the past. But we didn't do them, so they're rolling forward, so that's why we've had that excess fund balance.
At 13.
And so that leaves us about $4.4 million. And on your, so we'll just go ahead and look over onto your general fund page. So I'm looking at our estimated 2021 numbers. And mind you, these are estimates, so you never know. I mean, there will probably still be some projects we don't spend. So you'll see towards the top, a total current revenues number of 101,246. Does everybody see that under the second column? So that's our estimated revenues. If you go down, you'll see annual operating expenditures of $95 million. And then you'll see this $8.5 million that I'm talking about under there, which is what we're rolling forward. And then below that is this one-time amount of the $2 million. So that gives us a total of 105 total expenditures. So that difference is $4.4 million, which is what we really have left over from what we gained last year. So that's how we're proposing to pay that. Okay? So essentially, it looks like it's coming out of fund balance because what we gained last year went into fund balance. So that's why we'll be dropping from 105 to 101. Okay?
Now, also for the ongoing, would be the same.
Yeah, we've got it built into our proposed budget column, 216,200. Okay? So all of these supplemental items we have accounted for in the budget that we're proposing. Okay? Out of the current year monies that were left over. Previous years.
Now, on the general program, the master plan, are we doing a complete 180 or are we going to bring over what we've already had 4 years ago? Are we going to augment that? What are we doing?
So part of any updated master plan, Mayor, will invariably look at your previous plan. So to answer your question, I think there will be some consideration as to what was initially done. And then look at where we are today with an analysis of growth, redevelopment, and the things that we want to accomplish out of this new plan. So I think the new plan will certainly have some of that, but I think much of it will be tailored to where we're at today and where we want to be 5-10 years from now.
Yeah, going forward, with this master plan, the percentage of the master plan is annexation is going to be 50/50, 60/40.
You know, Mayor, I can't tell you that, but certainly we want to have that annexation analysis.
Well, then here's the other thing is, going down that road, on that master plan is road and traffic studies, park van acquisition, use what we have, so we can have to address the park situation. Training facility for the Odessa Fire Department, how old is that thing down there in DC?
So in terms of, again, as I mentioned earlier, the master plan will be the basis for all of our
All
plans.
that.
So whether it's the park plan, the traffic plan, all of that.
Can we address that master plan to address all these issues?
Or
Are we pigeonholed it into one particular thing?
So this provides the basis for all of the other plans, right? So this won't go into the level of detail, for example, that we did in the traffic master
So
plan.
what will it do?
It will give us the basis, right? So if we're looking at traffic impacts of new growth, this will kind of outline the areas that would be most likely to grow, and therefore most likely to then create issues of traffic, most likely to create issues of additional solid waste service, of additional police service. And then later on, I think the master plans that we have today for traffic and road, I think they're sufficient. Now, those plans were designed for 5 to 10 to 15 years out. So we can adapt the existing plans to meet our new master plan.
Yeah,
Like the second question, but I'd just like to say, I've looked at the supplementals also, and oftentimes I know we grapple with money and where we're gonna get it and how we're gonna spend it. But if we don't start being a proactive city and start looking ahead and being okay with spending some money to get further ahead, then we hear the same complaints that we always hear about. It should have, would have, could have been done back then. But it doesn't, because we are less apt to want to spend the money. And I think in a city, in a business, in an organization, even though we have conservative Cindy, we still have to, she moves us forward conservatively. And we have to respect that, because if we keep doing what we've always done, we'll keep getting what we always got. And we've always heard that. So we oftentimes we have to bite the bullet at some point to improve our city, and we owe it to our residents, even though, we'll hear about the money spent, we'll hear about conservatism, open and all the buzzwords, but we've got to, as stewards of the city's finances, we've got to not be afraid to take a step forward in order to protect the future of our city government and of our city. So I don't see a lot of fluff in here, and I think they've done a good job of bringing forward what needs to happen. We, as council, men and women, just have to be willing to step in. We just got to be proactive. We can't bog ourselves down all the time because we don't want to hear the griping, or we've got to do what's best for our city in the long run, even when all of us are gone. Our city has to continue on, because we're citizens, and I take my hat off as a council person, put my citizens, and I want the best city to live in as possible. And sometimes it takes spending money to get there. It's just for my 2 cents.
You have a question, comments?
Okay. So, we're going to move on back to the general fund overview sheet. And I just want to, the general fund overview sheet is what it's like this.
That's it.
It says summary.
Go back to the,
Right behind the supplement.
Suggestions?
I know,
Page numbers, please.
Add what you write about.
Okay.
Okay, so first
That's
off,
always a fun.
the American that we have been blessed with. None of that is budgeted in this budget book, okay? Mr. Murrow will be giving a presentation on that in our work session this afternoon. And we do plan to have another work session to get council's input as to where we want to go forward with our funds, okay? We'll talk about what we can use them for. Go back the other way one page.
Page number, oh.
There, okay, so the way these are set up, and they're summarized, okay? We have our actual 1920, that is your audit report that we went through not too long ago. We have estimated for the current year we're in now, your adopted budget for the current year. Then we have our proposed budget, will show increases and decreases for different things. Of course, your biggest increase in personnel services is going to be the 4% increase, okay? So within, let's talk about the revenues. Obviously, our total budgeted revenues for this next year, $95.8 million. The predominant numbers of that is going to be your property taxes and your sales tax. That makes up 71.25% about of our total revenues for the general fund, okay? Other revenues include our franchise gross receipts tax that are charged to utilities and like cable TV and things like that. We have permits for all our building permits, those types of things. We have our charges for EMS, which is about $3.2 million. We have our fines and forfeitures that come out of our municipal court charges and ticket writing by our police force. We have the industrial contracts. Y'all remember that we have industrial districts that pay an amount in lieu of property tax in order to get city services. And then we have some of the internal charges. The general fund provides all the financial, the administrative costs for our water sewer fund, all our enterprise funds, and our internal service funds. So there's an administrative charge to cover that, and that's allowed. We use a outside third party to help determine what that cost is, okay? And we are currently, we went away from doing that every year because it's a little costly, and it usually doesn't change very much year to year. We currently have one going on, and it's not quite finalized. Looking at it, we don't see much change in the difference from what we had last year, the $4.6 million. That's revenue coming into general fund, being charged to water, sewer, solid waste, internal services, okay? So intergovernmental revenues is like things that we get. It includes the $777,000 we get from Hector County. It includes some grant dollars that come into the general fund. There's a couple of other things there. So it's $1,169,000. So we're projecting total current revenues proposed of $1,207,158. Then we talk about expenditures. There is an increase, obviously, to personnel services. Most of that's due to the 4% increase, and that kind of has a ripple effect because now you have higher retirements and other benefits. Our retirement rate went up slightly with TNRS, and we've got the fireman's pension that we're paying in there as well. That includes health insurance, the premium that the city pays on behalf of, into our risk management fund on behalf of our employees. Y'all know that our employees pay a very small premium. If you're just the employee being covered, it's still free. If you have a family, a spouse, it's an extra $15. And then it's more if you have added children, so our insurance cost to our employees is very low.
Even our costs are.
Our costs are not low.
low.
Our costs are not
What's
low.
our
no.
cost per employee?
It's,
Full package
for medical and dental, it's $8,666.
per employee.
And we budget that per position. Per year? Per year, yes.
That's a benefit most employees never, ever consider as part of their salary package.
Right, and we advertise that a lot when we're looking at hiring people, because out in the commercial world, insurance is expensive. No, before I came to work at the city, I was paying $6-something for my family coverage.
About 1,200, it's about 1,200 family right now on commercial policy.
Our employees do pay dental and vision. It's very reasonable. Supplies would include office supplies, minor tools and equipment, all the material, any type of material stuff, that's at 1.8. Tools, yeah. Our services line item is 19.2. Now that includes the equipment service charge. As y'all know, we have a fleet fund that takes care of all the fleet, whether it's police trucks, fire trucks, ambulances, backhoes, pickups, mowers, whatever it is. Okay, it's all handled in our equipment service fund, and they do a rental charge to all the departments based on what vehicles and machinery they have. It also includes a charge for our computers, for our IT, information technology. We used to do that all on our own. The problem with that is we had an IT department that was working on 50 different types of computers because each department wanted something different. So probably 7, 8 years ago, we put it all together. Everybody gets the same type of computer, and it's much easier for software, for maintenance, for everything. So we have that charge. Other things would include utilities, all of your utility costs and services. That's the bulk of what. Maintenance, of course, is just what maintenance is. And maintenance looks very large if you look at what we budgeted, 7.3, to say what we spent in 1920. That's
2020, you keep saying 1920. That's a real long time ago.
Well, yeah, I know, but if you look here, we spent nearly 3.4 last year, but we rolled over about 3 million for the road. So we have been trying to add that to our operating costs so that we have an annual amount that's being spent on seal coat and overlay and rejuvenation, is that what they call it? So that's why that number is, most of that has to do with public works, the maintenance. Capital outlay, outside agencies is something that y'all just approved here a while back. And then transfers out. We transfer $400,000 out to the golf fund to help it stay afloat. And we we do grant matches, so when PD comes and says, well, I can get this grant, but it takes a 20% grant match, then general fund makes that match to that grant, okay? So all in all, 101 million plus the 216,000. So we're netting revenues over expenditures in a proposed budget of about $740,000. And then, of course, y'all are aware that we have money set aside for compensated absences of $1,000,001, 60 days, that's our contingency money, and then budget stabilization is at 25 days, so those are required amounts that's under the fund balance policy of the city. So down below you see a number that says decrease for 3%. So if you wanted to say, let's do a 3% raise instead of the 4% that's built in, you would save $710,000. Okay? If you said, let's give them 5% instead of 4%, it would cost you about $710,000 extra.
To do the 5%.
To do the 5%. And that would be at the bottom of all of the major funds that we're gonna go through. So we can add that up at the end, but needed to show you by fund what that impact would be, okay? But the 4% is built in, so everybody make sure. The subsequent pages, Zach goes through and shows you what changed in the budget from year to year and why. I don't know how much we need to go in detail on those. We do this on the revenues, we do this by looking at what the last couple of years' revenues have looked like, see if we need to make adjustments up or down either way. And then, of course, you have your taxes and sales tax at the top, and you can see we increased sales tax 1.5 over last year. And then, starting at the bottom of the page, but then on to the following page, you see the changes in expenditures. And this is where you'll see some changes for the wages. You'll see this 1.5 million in there. Last year, that was a supplemental. This year, it's part of the budget for those additional fire people. Are you on the right page, Deidre?
We do not know.
Is that?
Well, let me walk around. You're there. It's right up here. So this is the 4% wage increase. So now they become part of the budget instead of a supplemental, the 1.5. Yes, sir. No. We did that, we quit doing that in 2010 or 11. Yeah.
2002, how do we handle it now? Because you see mine is 250. So how do we handle it now?
Oh, no, well, this is the gross receipts tax that we get from them.
Okay.
Okay? That's a revenue source for us. And it went down. Right. So, yeah, the gas fund used to be an enterprise fund for the city. We bought and sold the gas to customers. And we quit doing it. I think it's 2010 or 11 we quit doing that.
Did away with the board and everything.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I'll let you know lunch is between 11:30 and 12. So are y'all good to keep going, or do we need another? Keep going?
We need a break.
You ready?
Everybody good about it?
Is there anything particular y'all want to talk about, increases and decreases on the general fund? If not, I'll try to hit water sewer before lunch. How's that sound?
Before we do that, any questions about the proposed 4%?
No, I'd like everybody to consider 5% since we missed last year.
Oh, we need to do it.
You know, we need to keep our employees.
Four is proposed.
I think we need to just kind of talk about it. I agree that since we did do this last year, if it's possible, I would like to see what 5% does.
It's an additional 700.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's our best estimate.
Because 3% for last year and 4% for this year would be 7%, and we're going 5%, so our people at 4% are still behind the cost of living. We all know inflation's here, it's all coming, and we've got to try to keep our people from what I'm seeing. It's hiring people is still hard to do.
It's for everybody.
So we got to keep the ones we've got and just the whole 3%.
There's no increases in the private sector either. I mean, we're all suffering.
Yeah, I know.
And so we talked about how we wanted to be able to give citizens a break. Conservative estimate that the county staff has done has been echoed 4%. I think that is a good conservative and generous percentage. No one could do increases taxes going forward. There's so many unknowns. Even the city itself didn't know what the receipts were going to back. And we're still looking at the sales receipts at 33 weeks ago for 2 months. We're hoping that we're all estimating a decrease. I hope that we'll be able to get back where we were last year, but it's just a bit. I think 4 is a good minimum. show that, we are making the effort, and then, and see how it comes over. Let's give us another year to recover, and then we'll be in a solid more position going into the previous year, and see if we can repeat the four.
I will tell y'all that something that we've done, I guess it's a couple of times, that we've gotten halfway through a year, and if it looks like sales tax are really picking up, we have gone in and done a one-time. So we've done 1% and a one-time in the same year. The reason we stayed at 4%, we checked, ECISD did 4%, Midland County did 4%. I talked to the auditor at Ector County, they were proposing 4%. So we felt like that was, comparable to what other government, I don't know what the hospital's doing, they haven't really advertised much. They did do a percent increase several months ago. I only know that because my daughter works there. She got a small.
I think the district went through and increased a lot of the salaries, so when they went back to across the board, it was probably 4%, they had adjusted
Ups and
so
downs.
many,
And we did that a couple of years ago, 3 years. And it's probably something that we need to look at again in the future. We can't compete with the for-profit world out there, but we try to look at what other cities and that can get. And Michael and Philip can tell you that the biggest thing we get all the time from departments is, well, we heard Midland was going to do this, and all of our employees are going to leave and go to Midland. So, we look at that a lot too. So, in fact, we were looking at some of our CDL drivers just the other day because we're having a hard time getting CDL drivers.
So have y'all heard how much city Midland is proposing?
I have not heard on City of Midland.
I haven't heard.
But I think they actually did something last year, so I wouldn't expect them to do anything here anyway. I think it was pretty small last year.
We go to 5%, and maybe the middle employees will come this way. And do something ahead of middle employees instead of taking their lead. Heck with it.
I'd like us just to consider it, not throw it, out with the wash, just consider the 5% and see where.
Well, I guess
Possibly.
let's see what council, y'all want to kind of tell us, take a census. It's not a vote, it's just a census, a direction,
Straw vote.
a straw.
I like your idea of doing the 4% and then reassessing it in the middle of the year and maybe do the additional increase.
If we see sales tax on the rise,
And that's one thing, the thing is that interest rates are down, and doing it to keep inflation from blowing up. We're talking about how prices are gonna go down, but we still have shortages in resupplying, so, everybody's still holding the breath. 4% right now, sending a good signal, consistency, and this is where we're at, towards, after we get past the first 2 quarters. And this is where we're at with our sales receipts after Christmas.
Tom, Mark,
I'm more comfortable with the 4% just because it is so early still in the game with this. I'm not opposed to doing a one-time increase, after 6 months or so to receive what the sales tax is doing also. So I favor the 4% with maybe a one-time increase.
How much did their insurance go up?
did our insurance go up?
No, not this year.
Didn't go up, probably.
You would be surprised that during COVID, people go to the doctor a lot less. So we actually had a fairly decent year on claims.
Well, if you don't
You always
remember,
have your catastrophic type stuff, and we did have some of that. Cancer, for different things like that. But, when you have, we have a clinic, so a lot of people use that. But we did see, some of it, it's not a significant change, but you could see that people weren't going to a doctor as much.
see if you,
And most of the doctor's offices didn't want you in.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Tom, it's a self-funded plan, so if we have a surplus, we get to use it however we want to use it. I think if you go back and look, I'm just speaking from past memory, talking to Daryl, that if you look at it, it's stabilized. I don't think it's not like the commercial side, the commercial.
Well, but our fund is not, it's not sitting at a huge surplus. At
It's
the
not.
end of
Okay.
20, our risk management fund was sitting at,
I mean, I know for a lot of years it's been pretty stable.
it was sitting at unrestricted of 2.895. So it's not very much money.
Yeah,
So,
but it's better than the alternative. yeah.
Right,
Insured
and
commercial.
we
Gives
do
you a lot of
obviously
flexibility.
buy stop loss insurance
Right.
for those catastrophic type claims, so that we don't get hit with that.
Right.
Cindy, if we go with the 4%, is there any way you guys can kind of put a tick list for 6 months? Because we get busy and we forget about it, but I really seriously want you to come back with it.
And as, one of the things we may come back to you is, I am getting a lot of pressure from public safety. They're trying to be competitive with other public safety folks in the market, and we're a little behind. Working with Chief Gerke in particular, he's not presented me anything, but I think it's something we'll have a discussion with the council about, if that pressure becomes a little too much.
Well, and Chief Alvarez had talked to us last year.
Chief Alvarez has talked about most of it.
You know, I think 10%, just go ahead and go 10%.
Like, come on, bro. Like,
I'm kidding.
Oh,
You
you're a
know,
joke.
as much as they can get, I'm always for, but I have to admit, I'm just having to stay on that conservative side and really thinking more on the 4%. Give me an opportunity to do something, I'm going to make some adjustments on it.
Yes, sir.
Just
I can
keep
live
us
with that.
reminded.
Yeah, if you just remind to come back to us, I can live with that.
Before I do the general fund, just so you know, you have these amounts by department in case you are interested.
What do you hear the lot?
So I'm gonna take us to water and sewer. Let's see if we can cover this hopefully before lunch. It'll make lunch taste a lot better if we get there. Okay, our proposed revenues for water sewer are at 67.7. Okay, this includes a 2.5% increase. But if you look at it compared to, say, the actual 1920, you'll see that those numbers are pretty darn close. Okay, our numbers came in higher actual than our budget, but we've had some things change a little bit as well. ECUD is going to move away from the city providing the maintenance and operations, which they pay us for. They're going to move away from the billing services at some point. We're thinking by October 1st. So we allowed for some decreases in revenue due to those things.
Do we know how much?
I think they were paying $42,000 a month for O&M, and don't remember the amount exactly for billing and collection. Yes. Now, the amount that we actually charge them for water, we went through a long, drawn-out process to get to that contract with them. And it's a lesser cost, so that decreased our revenue some. Understand that, and I think Mr. Irvin has pointed it out at a couple of council meetings, that when we take on new debt to do the water treatment rehab project, we will recalculate their rate as well. So that will be factored into the increase in the rate.
We're still paying 1.5 times? 1.5 times more than, or we can get away with it?
That's just for our outside customers that we have outside city limits. Like, for instance, in the industrial districts, they do a separate contract with us for water and sewer. And so sometimes we give them the inside rate, and sometimes we give them the outside rate. It just depends on, do we have to add additional infrastructure to get them that service or not. So ECUD customers. So how we're working that, used to, we would bill directly to the customers based on us reading their meters, right? So 3 years ago, we created, we did some changing in our system where we have one master meter that all the water that goes to ECUD feeds through, okay? So now they take on any loss of water to customers. And whereas before the city was kind of handling that. And so that was part of the reason what we were charging them was higher. As you know, if you go outside the city limits, you have lots of people that have a water bill, or they may tap into the water or whatever. So we had some water loss that we were eating, and so our charge to them is higher. Well, now that everything's going through a master meter and they have to absorb that, the cost is lower, okay? So we did the 2.5% increase over the last year's budget, but we also looked at, were we too low? Oh my God, I mean, you'd be surprised, our single residential water revenue for 1920 went up. Why? Because everybody was at home. The kids were at home. Now on the opposite side, the commercial wasn't paying us really great because everything was shut. So we made some adjustments, okay? So if you tried to look at this and said, okay, that's not a true 2.5% from last year's budget to this year's budget, that's why, okay? So understand we make adjustments for things where we see there's ups and downs to our budget to actual that we need to take into consideration. Pioneer contract.
I got one question about the water revenue, sewer revenue. What kind of allowance do you make for all the new home construction that's going on? I mean, we know how many houses are being built.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard thing to try to track necessarily.
Right.
We see it so that's what I'm talking about. We look at what our actual came into the budget and the prior, and so we make adjustments for that.
Nice.
But there's no doubt that we're getting more water customers. We see that growing.
Yeah, we ought to see that more this year than last year, probably.
Yeah, probably so.
Because building kind of stopped last year.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, just a question.
So, sewer revenue, we're doing the 2.5% rate increase there too. And on the next page, we'll see the actual rates, and we'll talk about the next couple of pages. The Pioneer contract is based on the taker pay. They do have some provisions in there for if they've taken excess water over what the contract required, then they have the option to use some of that banked gallons. And they chose to do that during the COVID situation in 20. So that's why our revenue was down. So this is the estimated amount, and we always budget an expenditure for the same amount because the direction has been that money is not to be used for regular operations, okay? It's set aside. We've set it aside to do the engineering, we've set it aside, we're using it for line P now, okay? So that money, so we budget the revenue, we budget the expense at the same amount. But you can see in looking at actual or estimated, we don't always spend that total amount. That's why we have a buildup of Pioneer monies set aside, okay? You will notice that our personnel services didn't change very much. We did do a 4%, but we've had quite a bit of turnover. So when turnover happens, if we've got long-term people that leave and we're coming in with newer people that are at a lower rate, then that causes us to have a decrease. So, and that's probably shown on the next page. The 4% wage increase was actually $228,000, but our reclassification turnover retirement caused it to go down to $72,000. Our workers' comp, we had some change in our workers' comp rates with our exterior decrease here for them, okay? So, supplies, the reason supplies is such a high number is that's the cost of the water. That's what we pay CRA, along with other types of supplies for chemicals and different things like that. Maintenance, this is an increase. We started that last year. It was a supplemental in water sewer last year to put money aside to start putting more work into our deteriorating water and sewer lines. The study that was done in the water and sewer master plans said 10 million a year is the optimum. 6 million a year is probably what you really should try to achieve. So with these infrastructure repair and replacement number I put in for $1.5 million this year, that gets us almost to 6 million budget for repairing. That's hydrants, that's valves, that's water lines, sewer lines, those types of repairs. So that's part of what the 2.5% is helping us cover. We did that last year, and we're going to propose it again this year, and that helps us to pay for those.
And you're seeing some of that work all over town. Along 52nd or so, you're seeing a lot of work. Along Dixie, you're seeing some of those lines being replaced. Part of the analysis for staff is to look at, well, we've got a long history of breakages and complaints, and that's where we target the repairs.
That's how you prioritize.
Yes, sir.
Has the lack of maintenance at ECUD freed any of our employees for that? Or have we cut out anybody yet?
Not yet. They're just, I think they just went off the maintenance and operations.
About 2 months ago.
Yes. So hopefully, yes, that will help free up some people to do more inside the city.
And understand on those kind of larger line replacements, or we're doing several hundred feet, we generally contract those out. So we do some line repair, but that's one of those departments that historically has had difficulty getting people in to work. And so what we can fix, we do, and then others we will contract out.
Quick question, during the ice storm, historically, the winter, did we see a significant increase in libraries?
I'm sorry,
Did we see a significant increase?
yes, we did see night breaks. And typically on those, it's not during the freeze, it's on the warm up that we saw.
That's an increase because it was so extremely so long.
Yes, sir. we did
Outside
see-
of normal.
Although I will say that I recall a winter storm probably in 2011, when we had a historic number, we had 200 and some odd breaks back then. This one, maybe 67 breaks, most of which were minor in nature. But yes,
That our folks can take care of?
there are our folks who took care of this one. Oftentimes we'll isolate an area, hopefully leaves everybody still in water, then we come back and try to fix it.
Got to reduce the amount of loss. I thought that we basically got away very good.
Yeah.
We didn't suffer any major breaks.
Not any major
cracks, but yeah, I think we came out very, very good.
Well, we did.
And we are currently working with FEMA on some reimbursement on that. We're not sure yet how much we'll get, but we're trying to recoup a little bit of that cost. Going on, then we have capital outlay expenditures. Here again is that administrative fee, that gross payment, gross receipt payment that goes from the water sewer fund over to the general fund. The debt service is budgeted. That's basically your principal and interest annual payment on the current debt we have, which that will play out in 2027. So we're budgeting 22 right now. So 5 more years, then that will be gone. So basically, total revenues projected at 67.7 million, total expenditures at 66.8. So it's about an $870,000 net.
Cindy, maybe I missed it. What was the, on the available fund balance up here, the other revenue? We had, there was a big, there's quite a significant decrease. What was that?
Some of that is, late fee charges, some of it's just, miscellaneous reimbursement. I think we had, something we got reimbursed from E-Cut on in 1920. It was the water, the master plan, so they went in on part of the master plan, and so they reimbursed us some money on it.
Okay.
So other is generally something that's outside the norm.
All right.
And as y'all know, we didn't take away late fees during COVID, but we didn't do any cutoffs during COVID, because a lot of people were not working and drawing income. And so, we're working with some of those on payment plans, so we're trying to be pretty diligent about collecting all that we can, but we do have some that are set up on, a lot more on payment plans than what we've had before, so. Any other questions? The $1 million has been in there for years as a budget stabilization reserve, so if we get into a problem and we need to access that $1 million. The next few pages gives you some information as to ups and downs in the revenues and expenditures. And then we'll turn to this page, which says water and sewer rates. It's the one y'all all circle, right? So, in 11-12, we implemented the tier rate to water and sewer. What that means is you get charged if you have, so the base rate covers the first 2,000 gallons. And then you go, if you have gallons usage between 3 and 10, you have a rate for that per gallon. And then if you go up to the next level, you have a higher rate. So it's to help with conserving water, but also making those that use a lot of water clean, right? So we did, the last water rate increase we did before last year was 8% in 15-16. And so as we discussed with council a lot last year was, let's move to a minimal increase each year to quit making it so impactful in the year that we have to do it. Now, when you issue debt, that could happen as well. And that's, but we hadn't issued any water sewer debt since 2007.
Wow. Really?
Really,
2007.
2007.
No water sewer deals.
We did some pretty high rate increases, as you can see, but that put us in line with a lot of the other governmental entities.
The 11-12 was from the lost receipts from the drought. So we had to commit that we, for the budget.
And in 12-13.
Yeah, the rate, yeah. And then all, that was also 15-16 also was the state level.
Well, the 15-16 was just trying to get the rates up to cover costs.
Yeah.
What we saw in 12 and 13, man, you're exactly right. Water usage just fell. But our costs were still fixed. Our costs we still had to fix lines, we still had to pay people. So our costs didn't decrease, our revenue increased.
So down at the bottom, I've given you what the rate increase effect is for a 5,000 and a 10,000 gallon user. And we are proposing both water and sewer rate increases, 2.5% each. And so you can see those numbers there. Okay. Any question on that? We are not putting any rate increase in at this time for the new debt issuance for the water treatment plant. We think, when we look at what we had in fund balance for water sewer, if you look in our annual report, it looks like a huge number. A big portion of that, probably almost 50% of it, 30-something million, is the Pioneer. We're paying on the line P, which is 18 point something million. We're doing the design and engineering on the water treatment plant out of there. We've done some pump work out of there, pump station work out of there. So what's left, if we look at what is 180 days of expenditures, we want to have that amount available in our fund balance in water and sewer to get good credit ratings on any debt we issue, and that just solidifies our fund there. So we have over $7 million excess over that 180 days once we take out Pioneer money. So we have several options. The first year payment on the new debt on the COs, as it's proposed right now, the first year is $3.3 million. It goes up to $3.6 million until such time that the old debt pays off. And then it'll go up quite a bit because we're just paying interest until that old debt pays off.
That's
Okay?
till 27?
27. Yes, sir. So from this budget, it's 5 years out. Okay? So we've got the means to make a couple of years payments just out of that excess. Okay? We have the means to use Pioneer money if we so choose. And all this is subject to that statement we make all the time, is there's still a lot of other projects out there to do. I mean, we're covering Line P extension, but if we need any more water going northeast, then it's gonna take some additional work that needs to be done. We've talked about those projects before, the 24-inch line. If we do anything more along the southwest corridor of I-20, where we have Halliburton and all of those people out there, then that's gonna require some additional water sewer work as well. So that's all.
We have that gap of capital improvements from east of the Halliburton, 1936 to Crane Avenue or West Campus that we didn't complete.
So there is a line there's an 8-inch line there, it's only water that goes out there right now. It goes on just to the other side of Halliburton. Now that line is sufficiently undersized for what's being used today. Any additional growth outside that area would necessitate a larger line.
No, that's good. All this development is, hinging on what happens with annexation. That's why we felt that's important, so it all kind of ties together. The impact fees will help us some. Thank y'all for seeing that as a good tool for us to go forward. We won't be collecting much for a couple of years at least. But these are some of the things that can help us with covering debt payments in the future rather than, having to, and like I said, we hadn't issued debt in quite some time. The last issue was 67 million.
So Michael, where are we on the Municipal project for their water? Because, I know one of the proposals is, CRMWD wanted to sell it direct, but one of the other options was us for them, Municipal, to build a lift station out there and be our water, we sell to them.
So I've only had a couple of preliminary conversations with them. The last information I had is that they were trying to work a letter of intent with
Right.
CRWD, and the indication I got from Mr. Brand is that was going to happen.
Right, that's
They've
what
not
I
had any direct requests to the city, not in terms of an official request. They simply have asked questions as whether or not we would have the supply. That's something that we would have to thoroughly analyze because I think their water needs are pretty significant.
7 million a day.
Yeah, pretty significant. And so we would have to, obviously, we would work with CRWD just to make sure we have sufficient supply.
Right, and I've been told that we have the water, that getting the water to them is not a problem because that's makes us evaporate down the lakes every day. So that's not a problem, but one of the ideas floated around that I've discussed is Sarah building a lift station out there, and that we get the water because there's a line out there, I think, somewhere close by.
There's a
CRWD line close by. So we can furnish them the water, it goes to that pump station, we pay CRWD, whatever we pay CRWD, $1.83, whatever it is. And, it's, you know, I wouldn't, for that kind of water, 7 million a day, I would, you know, add $1 or $1.50 on that. It's a great revenue source for us. We wouldn't have to go to $9 like we did with Pioneer. That's gouging, I think, but a couple bucks, well, I mean, they're gonna, if they build a lift station, I mean, that's, you know, good private, you know, municipal partnership, and there's a great revenue source.
We've sat down with them and asked, you know, if there's anything that we can partner to be able to make that happen. And also, you know, even helps us for the secondary source of water.
Sure.
They're open to it. Like you said, they're dealing with CRWD
See, why would they
first.
want to do that though, if they did it direct with CRWD?
No, that's what CRWD, that's what John Graham wants to do.
Yeah. That's
So
what
the board did, you know, the board's telling me, no, we don't really, you guys need to make that money, we don't need to make that money.
And
You
so
know, that's what they're telling me.
we're trying to position ourselves to be able to make some additional revenue,
Yeah.
you know, for Odessa and things.
I like
There's an
that.
opportunity
And
there.
the board's for that.
Yes.
As I understand it.
But the thing is,
That's what
sales
we're
will
doing.
not come back.
So.
They've not come back, Mr. Thompson, just.
But I know that John was supposed to give them a letter of intent so they could finish up their financing. So I
Yeah,
think,
one other
I think
thing
he
to
gave
consider
them.
on that is we have 4 more years, 5 more years on our
Pioneer.
contract.
Mhm.
It ends in 27 as well.
They
August.
they have an option to renew, and they have the right of first refusal, but that is another potential source, because
Yeah.
if they choose not to continue with that, then we will have an excess of.
When will you go into those negotiations?
We generally
Is that
probably
something we
would
can
not.
enter, we
Yeah,
can
we
negotiate
probably-
early?
You know, I think if there's a need for that, we can certainly sit down with them and see what their intent is. Our plan would still be to see the contract through, because we have an obligation on that contract.
Right.
But if these conditions change, or they approach us, certainly we'll want to discuss that.
You know, they built that new plant over in Midland, so I mean, they've committed to Midland now, so they'll build that water
And they're
plant
not-
out there on I-20.
Yeah, they're not actually taking water yet.
No, I know they're
But
not.
they're still building lines and stuff, but they will at some point.
But you know,
Because
that's
how-
their future plan, so I understand that.
That's how they recoup what they put into the plant.
Right, exactly, is get the reclaimed water. So, but anyway, I would sure want us to try to do all we can to sell that water to Sarah, you know, a dollar, a gallon, $7 million, or whatever it is.
There's opportunity there, but also scares some residents also, so.
Yeah.
How's it scare residents?
When it starts talking water in a large amount for a large period of time, from the drought conditions and what we went through in 2010, it scares some residents.
Well, it won't be that number forever, as I understand it, once they get up and running, it takes 7 million, and it decreases the recycle a lot. As their process matures, 7 million today goes down because they recycle a lot of it. So it won't require 7 million every day forever, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That's what I've been told. So,
Yeah, their process is supposed to create water once it's up and running.
right. So I understand.
Anyway.
So any comments, questions, problems with the 2.5%?
No, that's great. It's good.
I look at everybody to see. I'm good. You good? Everybody good? Everybody good? All right. Do you want to tackle solid waste not here
Didn't
yet?
hear you, just keep going.
Keep going. You went out early, right? Okay. Solid waste.
Said we're taking a nap.
Okay. Solid waste is reflecting a 2.5% as well. I failed to talk about the equipment service fund. One of the big decreases we saw with the general fund and with water sewer fund was that the equipment rental charge that we were doing to the departments based on their equipment. We did, Philip took it upon himself to have someone else look at that with us. We have a program that helps us determine what those rental rates are. We have a recoup of cost, so that's a rental portion. Then we have maintenance, so how much maintenance is done on those particular vehicles, and then we have fuel, okay? So this last year, fuel costs were down considerably, right? So we had savings there. We had some procedures they put in place that helped with maintenance a little bit, even though we lost a lot of mechanics and we're outsourcing some of that. So Philip revisited that with a third party, and we actually were able to bring that cost down to 2.4 million citywide. Unfortunately, solid waste is not one of them. They took a little bit of an increase, about 200,000. You know, people put everything under the sun in dumpsters. We try to discourage that, but we have a lot of maintenance on our trash trucks. That's probably why theirs went up. And of course, the cost of trash trucks goes up all the time. Luckily, it wasn't a significant increase on theirs this year, $200,000. Our revenues, again, 15.7. We're looking at expenditures of a total of 15.075. And so that's a net increase, a net gain to the fund for the year of $641,000. We are in the process of finishing the solid waste master plan, and that will be brought to y'all in the next month or so. We informed them during that we're doing the master plan, that we were looking at this 2.5%, and in their initial reports, they were seeing that was a good annual increase. Hopefully, in the future, we might can drop that back down to 2 or 1.5, depending on how it costs run. Philip has been working with them some too on different trucks. We changed to a different truck. We're seeing a little bit better wear and tear on those. So we're trying to make that affordable. One of the suggestions that may come out of the solid waste master plan is, you know, go to once a week pickup, and that's like, you know, the citizens are like, you know, don't even think about it. And so, so, you know, we can get crucified out in the public about messing with trash
We already
service.
do, we already, someone skips a day, or whatever.
We can tell you that those rollouts are a whole lot cheaper, and the trucks are a whole lot, yeah, they take a lot less beating than those that go down the alley and pick up the big metal ones. But it's real hard to take people's trash service away.
Is there any opportunity to go to the rollouts everywhere?
Previous councils have taken up on that, taken that question on, and they've chosen not to do
What's the
that.
question?
Go with rollouts.
Go with rollouts
Get rid of
citywide.
metal dumpsters.
That's certainly something we can have a discussion.
I mean, first of all, you have to change an entire culture. This way, forever. You know, that right there.
How many of y'all live in rollouts?
I don't know what you're saying. I did when I was on the same street.
Well, I live outside city limits, and my trash bill is outrageous. So
Yeah.
what people are getting charged in town is a whole lot less than what I would get outside city
You
limits.
said, yeah, don't, yours is on private.
Yeah,
You
it's
got
all private,
competition.
right, so, but, do it, yeah, all your trash. In this age of, take it out of the freezer, out of that box and zap it, you get a lot more trash than you used to. Yeah. Again, the next pages show you some ups and downs. We did see some increase, with a rate increase to single family, to all of the categories really. Some increases in our, pay. I will tell you that one of the things that you'll see here is a pretty sizable increase in retirement or reclassification. We told you we were having a problem hiring drivers. we increased the pay on our CDL drivers just so that we could hire some in.
What's their start?
We were at 15.13, and we raised them 6%, and then they will get the 4% that's budgeted for everyone else come October.
About 17, 17 something. It's still.
It's still way under. So we felt like, as management, that was something that we had to do, because if you don't have enough drivers, you can't pick up truckers twice a week. So, okay. So, on the following page, again, is our history of rate changes. As you can see, we're on track with this 2.5%, and it changes at 50-something cents a month. And we were talking about this earlier about the rate categories. Of course, this is just on a residential, single-family residential. Commercial has, a tier, and their rates are based on how many times a week they pick up, what size dumpster they have. So we make the 2.5% effective across all rates, okay? But please remember, our senior citizens and disabled persons have a lower rate than our regular residential, okay? And it's not something that we can investigate. Did you turn 65? So if you talk to constituents, if you're elderly people, make sure they know that. They need to go in and let billing and collection know that they can be changed to a senior disability rate.
Where does that start, 55?
65.
Philip, will you check my billing, please? Make sure I get that. Make sure Tom and I and Mayor are getting that, please.
Mayor, we have a city to run here. Don't start that.
55.
So are we all good with continuing the 2.5% increase? Are we good with doing the 2.5% for solid waste?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay. I thought Boo would be here.
Blue passed at 11:30.
Okay, so I'm gonna hit stormwater because it's the easiest fun in the whole book to look at. And I think we'll be seeing some additional cost in our stormwater, hopefully in the future, doing more things as far as the state mandates and stuff.
Do we anticipate that coming in and we're gonna have to raise that rate?
Right now, Mayor, we're bringing in about 1.9 million.
So where's our rate right now? $2-3?
It's based on, I don't have
Compared to what I've seen in the country. I learned more about this thing than I had back in 2010.
Yeah, it's based on impervious coverage of your property, and so it'll vary there.
Yeah.
$1.50 to $3.
Okay.
depending on the property.
When this first mandate came down, I investigated around the country. In Arizona, I saw about 7.
So we have tier 1 residential, which is a certain size home, is $1.85. Tier 2 is $1.95. Tier 3 is $2.15. That's 2,000 to 3,000 square foot house. Tier 4 is greater than 3,000 square feet is $2.25. Now, on non-residential, the rates go up quite a bit after that. So at the base rate, up to 5,000 square feet is $5.50. So, and we are not proposing any change in the rates. We have budgeted expenditures for them of 1.5, and so that grows their fund balance to about 4.2. Okay, so we'll be ready to do some things with that. Okay. Equipment service. Do you want to delve in? Or go?
Oh, Sandy.
Quick question, are we still supplying and funding their purchases and their maintenance, everything for their vehicles out of this fund? Or are we doing it from the equipment fund?
This next fund is the equipment, sir. Are you talking about stormwater?
Yeah, stormwater.
No, stormwater pays, they pay a rental fee to the equipment.
The equipment fund.
Yeah. All our funds pay a rental fee, all our departments, and all our funds pay a
Everybody pays for
rental.
the services when they go to one department, another, with maintenance, things of that.
Yeah, maintenance, fuel, and replacement costs.
What's our percentage on that still? How many drivers will be going through the storm?
How many drivers? The question, how many
drivers, how many
vehicles?
yeah, how many vehicles driving through the
Storm,
That's fleet or stormwater?
So the storm.
or total, or just stormwater?
Well, just basically street sweepers.
Street sweepers, so there are 5 street sweepers, 4 actual drivers. One sits as a,
Maybe have one day, one day, still got 4 drivers out there.
yes, sir, there's a route that they don't have to split.
I hate to get a lot of calls, especially on things. So, okay.
Any other questions on stormwater? Okay. You want a break and hope lunch walks in the door? Then we'll start tackling our internal survey. Food is on its way.
That's one like, when they roll that store, you know, but it's for
We
So what we're encouraging you are to do
I can have that. That's right, I know. It was an ugly kid. I had a couple of
I just like to pick one up the
My mother's recipe, I still make it twice a year. In my family, I use mayonnaise. I use more mayonnaise with a little splash of mustard and worcestershire. I use dill pickles to make it. Try to use a little pop. That's not bad though.
So it's helped out. Pretty cool.
too bad for it being like changed.
Oh, no. You know, that's amazing. How many barbecue joints we don't have? You would think. We had, you go around the Austin. Babbling, there's barbecue places there. Babbling.
Yeah, chicken.
Chicken, yeah. Look at that.
It's fun. It's something you can do for the rest of your life. No, you just gotta practice and
This chicken nugget.
That's crazy. Like check it every hour. So at one time it was
Hello.
I'm just ordering. It takes a lot.
You said the 16th was early.
In a social setting, I might do it.
No, I'd rather, that's why I said crap. I'd rather come get my windshield fixed for a road. So I'll make arrangements.
Wait till you're
I'll make the third. I have to show you all the time. No, Frank, I mean, he's just, no, I'll help you. That's okay. I'll be over. That's it. I'll see you in the morning. All right, bye. Service on the car. 16. Well, I got to take my I got a rock. You know, it's a smart action.
You just get the same
Operating the
He's gonna go to St. John's, so they don't start
windshield
till
in them. There's a stopper on the windshield, you know, rack over.
It's their week. Yes, ma'am.
We don't have a
She'll be in second. He's actually ready.
like the rain.
He was in a summer program, but that was out last week, so we're having to find stuff for him to do for the next couple of weeks.
all that stuff. I didn't buy it. I didn't pay for the windshield replacement. I put her up like that. But I didn't do that. I called my insurance company. No, I'm done.
No pie for you.
That worked out really good for me. I'm getting ready to trade it on the 16th. New car. Trade it 2 years.
Same thing on tomorrow.
No, I went back. I drove BMWs for 1,000 years because they were my client. Because they were my client. When Steve Lane left town, boy hunt, my good friend had new ownership over there, and they let boy go, and they had a Mercedes, they were always David sold out. So, I'm back in town. We were saying, just pricing out the market for you. You know, when I priced $30,000, lease payments were going up substantially. I've been leasing since 1990, but the lease payments, not on cars, just, you know, they're worthless. You drive them off the lot, so my time was working. So, but that thing on, so I started I got about off 35% of the lease payments. So it's always worked out good. And I get to change it. Yeah, right. I'm a car for you. You know, I call it old cars. You know, I call it more than old car. But technology of the new cars is so cool. So they drive so good. Well, not one of those Chevys.
You sure you don't want one, huh?
No. Really? I wouldn't think you do that. I think that'd be difficult. It's very difficult. That's like a ride in cars too. That Mercedes is so heavy. It weighs 500 pounds. You know, so the ride's so heavy. Harder than the comfort of the but I still Steve on the 1990. Here's what I'm talking It's been great. I like it. I tell you, really good card. No, I never had one. Actually, my mom always I used to work at the North Carolina Response.
was a staple of the church.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Always like, you know, always.
Really.
Crust on top. Always love it. And I'm not a fish guy, I always love that.
Yep, very rare. When we get one of those.
Payroll for like,
That was cool. And so he fit it over.
Ken, did you run how long?
You know, it's still kind of,
Yeah, right.
still losing.
That's where they just, they give you the medicine and you lay down and nuclear.
Yeah, it's still used steady, but it's not where it used to be.
They're not full. Yes. I had $36 That's all I do.
Yeah, I think we
Mentor years ago. And he said, the best thing you can do is make your heart tell you to speak different parents. The point was well made, but I got
That's where I am. That's where I am right now.
so the mission to change the same true. It's the international because it's just big different parents.
Did you just do what he was trying to do? We did every start.
They have the largest dialysis center in the world.
Even like,
That's
the total is, we can have,
Yeah, that's incredible.
we don't care, I mean, it does, you know,
North is the number one industry.
but it's around a lot more.
Yeah, Northeast.
What's that?
Well, we have both, just like, if you question. What is that?
You need to tell me first.
But they want to cheat. Well, they're up there.
Yes, there is.
Actually, I'm gonna look for scratches.
Between the and all regular. Muskogee. It's about the Muskogee. Arkansas was right there, Muskogee.
Little part of the golf course right outside the court. It's a private course.
You know, I'm trying to, what's the seniors lose? Why, you said I'm fine.
What I said.
Why? Yeah, they're 10 years older than
I'll get him, I'll get him.
What I do. I can do that too.
I think it's every now and then, the other one, so he never
And then everybody's gonna start.
Denise, you and Barrett, I've known you were going to
Then
go
everybody's
out.
gonna start.
Yeah, I've had my, interview with
Sticky hat on.
yesterday. That's you, about to go. Yesterday. About to go. Oh, did you? You were good. It was all right. Got me through. I think she does. I mean, I had to really concentrate. Really, yeah.
I can do that. I can do it off the
Any other? So where
It
did
was when I broke my driver, because for some reason, I don't know what happened, but when I hit the ball, the driver said,
Yeah.
Look how far away I'm like. Just me.
I was back at that one.
Oh, I read.
You know, they were hurting each Yes, and now I would even follow.
She's in Portugal.
The concept is good, but it needs to be way more serious.
10% off?
See, in the first interview,
No, I thought
I did love what you said, and I was trying to respond and talk, ask how she was. And I was like, okay, the second one, I'm just gonna do one more thing, slow it down, that was a lot better.
Same center, which is where Gillian goes. And she said, you know, there's something I'm saying, yeah, we're getting off. It's a lot of piece of it worries her silly because those people do not watch. They don't watch.
Or is it your first time? He's a kid. Kids eat fruit. Yeah, I like that.
You said something a minute ago, let me think about that.
Tristan So Tristan Myers is not.
No, I'm talking about Stan's lunch. The minister.
We're
Really need you.
yeah, so.
I don't want to turn that road up.
Yeah, we want to talk if I'm not mistaken, I think
Is it not your
That's what I'm
Maybe you could be different cities.
Right across the property, the south side of the property. Yes, so probably we can put it in now. Before we build that road.
Yeah, I can't remember. But to the extent that we can't balance.
Well, you said that all ago, that's what I meant. That's my thought process on that. But we didn't talk about that. Probably not.
I actually don't follow it. That works. Some other what about like when something crazy kids. But that was the only year I was to follow it.
You made it.
Go ahead, do it again.
Just waiting for the action. I feel like NFL's kind of like that too now. I was trying to, well, I guess I don't know, is there a deadline? Thanks. But like, cause I know like, it's yeah, I've always been curious how they get essentially one idea or I'll just assume that like,
I look at a lot of things, like, you have to have your own sports facility, like, you never do that. Put it in one, they don't have a football stadium or basketball. I think your performance has to do a lot with, like, you look at every person.
what is it to be great? I guess.
If you look at schools like that, nutrition, small football stadium, small basketball stadium, happen, but they've done decent in the sport, so they win the division.
San Angelo, do you know what San Angelo is?
Angelo City is
Because they have a football field. I'm assuming they have a court somewhere for
Angelo City's actually under Texas.
We were playing a guy from I guess he was competitive that day. Upstairs, now I can upstairs, downstairs, the upstairs is kind of like nothing but it's there. We're like, there's nothing. Oh my God, I thought he was gonna kill like he was really bad. Cause like he was going up to like I just like kind of put his arms so he couldn't do it. Right. And then he went up to me. Like started cursing him out. And we just like in this open gym.
Right. It's not professional at all.
And then my daughter, like what you're saving your body for.
Right.
But then because we're in the football team, like are we like technically in school? Oh, we got killed.
My daughter, 2 years ago, went to see and they've got
Defense is hard. It'll take some time for
This year, oh, yes. Yes, yes, sir.
Is that your second one? Just an observation. Just an observation.
And I seriously thought about having a second, but it's still on purpose.
What time is it
I'm
gonna
not sure you're gonna come.
I have to.
You gotta keep up with that.
be? But you're gonna be, I'm not sure what it is. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And I'll tell you, I'm going to be just the process. So that's what you got.
There were
2.359 decrease in the equipment rental rate to the other departments and funds. gonna bring our total revenue to $13,958,000. Total expenditures, we've had a lot of changeover in equipment service with our mechanics. I mean, so we had several retirees that were long-time, 20, 30-year people retire, and we're having a hard time keeping the young people coming in. So you'll see that they got a 4% increase, but it doesn't look like it because of the other changes to the personnel costs there. Supplies down slightly, services up slightly, maintenance is down a little bit, our cost there. So, and then we have equipment replacements, and these are based on when it comes due for them to be replaced. One of the things, so there's a list, 2 pages over, it looks like this. And this will tell you all the things that we're replacing this year, and we have some pretty big ticket items. We've got 31 trucks that we're replacing. There's 4 garbage trucks being replaced for $1 million. There's 15 police units. Now, if y'all recall, several years ago, the city went to a take-home program for our patrol. And so we're replacing those 15 at a time, but we didn't buy any this year because we were down quite a few officers. And so we didn't feel like we needed to replace yet. So we're not replacing in the current year, but probably in the next year.
Do we still have a threshold at a certain mileage where we're selling them off? We able to get some return on them?
Yes, sir. So we have a program called Asset Works, and what we do is each vehicle, depending on its usage, we assign a year that, or a year of life to it. But beyond that year of life, and one of these, the reasons our numbers came down, we may have a vehicle, an example is one of the fire chiefs, assistant chiefs. They're not typically responding to a ton of calls, they do go to some calls, but at that 5-year point, they may have 60,000 miles. So we'll keep that for another year or 2 because it doesn't have that 100,000 miles that we're usually looking for to replace.
We don't average, all the vehicles that we're doing, are we doing trade, are we doing selling an auction, are we recouping money from that?
Yes, sir, we do an auction. We use Renee Bates auctioneers to auction those off, and we typically get a pretty good resale on those.
The other thing that comes into play is the amount of maintenance that a vehicle requires. So not only is it mileage usage, but it becomes a maintenance problem. We'll replace that.
Do we buy most of our vehicles on the buy board?
We either utilize Bible or HGAC, yes, sir. We do put out our typical, what I call our white fleet trucks, the 31 that are on here. You know, your building collection, parks truck, we put those out for a sealed bid, and that way that gives the opportunities like your schools or your local Chevy dealership to bid on those.
This also includes the replacement of 4 ambulances, as you see, for $1 million. So the total cost of replacements is $7.2 million. If you go back to the overview sheet, you'll see that, so with that additional cost, you'll have total expenditures of $16 million, which is more than what our revenue is for the year. That's okay. I mean, that's what happens is your rental rate is based on an annual cost, right? Your replacements is going to be whenever it falls into line to be replaced. So some years will be higher than others. This fund has a pretty significant fund balance. And so we're looking at that to see about, can we start to bring those costs down a little bit and be able to utilize a little bit of this fund balance. Several years ago, we had all of our fire trucks on a capital lease where we were making lease payments on them. And when that lease ended, we said, well, it's easy, it's cheaper to buy them than it is to lease them. There was enough money in our fund balance here that we were able to purchase those outright. And then they went into the system of a rental rate, to pay back for that. So think that looks kind of large and. Yes, all of these, anything that's over 50,000, we have to bring back to council for approval, so yes. And that's why, throughout the year, when we have them on there, we'll tell you this is already budgeted for, it's because it's in this replacement.
Councilmember, what you'll see is when we come back for purchase, we'll reference this list of the scheduled and budgeted replacement. Now, as Cindy said, we do have issues where, unfortunately, a vehicle will get wrecked, or we have a maintenance issue or something associated with that, we have to dive into the fund balance. Most of the time, it's going to be scheduled and budgeted purchases off of this list.
Okay, well, I'm going to jump over to information technology. This fund is our IT fund, and this is where all the computers are purchased, all the servers are purchased. We just got through doing a little project in the basement where we had to, we needed to increase the cooling power based on the amount of computer running that we had going, and so we were able to do that with some funds that they had, and they're pretty cool looking. They almost look like little cubicle type things, but it's keeping all the cold air in kind of a square inside the room so that all the servers are done. We're going to actually do something close to that, I think, at Municipal Court to help out with their computer room over there. So technology's going a long way. The charges are based on however many computers each department has. That's how much they get charged. It covers the replacement of the computer. It covers the software. We do have we spend a lot of money on software maintenance. We do have some that's specific to departments like PD, fire, different things like that, mostly like the radios and stuff. But then we have software that covers all, so that's all allocated out. So we've got a total revenue of $5,099,000 with the computer replacements this year of $400,000. We have expenditures of $4.9, so that leaves us $169,000 excess revenues over expenditures for the year. And we are going to a lot of the servers are going to the virtual, in the cloud. These things, so. Okay, risk management. Everybody wants to talk about insurance. So in risk management, the way their revenues are derived, of course, medical and dental, we talked about earlier, we do $8,666 per position. We also have premiums that come in from retirees. Retirees between when they retire and 65 when Medicare kicks in, pays one type of premium. Those that once Medicare takes place, you have a smaller premium because Medicare becomes primary or secondary. General liability is kind of allocated mostly to like general fund. We put it into our non-departmental account there. It's really not easy to attribute that out to the different funds. Workers' comp, that's obviously spread out by a workers' comp rate per position, and different positions have different workers' comp rates, just like out in the for-profit world where you're paying insurance for your workers and that. So insurance claims recoveries, that's things that we may get back in based on our stop loss coverage. Then interest income. So a total of $13.7 million for revenues. And down below, their expenditures are shown a little differently. Admin cost about $500,000. Benefits, this would include the benefits people, their salaries and stuff, plus prescriptions, okay? The next line item is strictly medical and dental claims of $5.7 million. The next line item is general liability claims. Then we have workers' comp claims. the health and wellness center cost, the clinic cost, and then the admin fee that they pay to general fund. So a total of 13,400,000. So they have a net income, net revenues over expenditures of 303,000. This fund had gotten a little bit low several years ago, so it's gradually built back up. And our risk management department does a good job of trying to contain costs. Golf course. The golf course is one of our enterprise funds. We are not proposing any change in rates at this time. They changed rates 2 years ago. It's 2 years ago. And so we're maintaining the same rate. Of course, they took a little bit of a hit during COVID. It was closed part of the time and people weren't getting out of it. But as soon as it opened, everybody wanted to be outside. So we're looking at a projected income with the transfer in from general fund, given $400,000 of 1.9 and total budgeted expenditures at 1.8. And you can see that now in total the fund does not have a negative fund balance, but most of their fund balance is investment in capital assets. So when you take that out, they're in a deficit as far as operations go. So we're working to try to get them out of that deficit.
I noticed you didn't have anything for capital outlay. You don't have any mowers or golf carts or anything out
The
there?
mowers and the
For
golf
rain
carts
fall.
are housed in the equipment service fund, and so they're charged as a rate fee.
Okay.
Okay, and we are getting ready to replace the golf carts out there. And we have a new director over the golf course. Seems to be doing a lot of nice things out there. We've got lots of compliments on the golf course. So hopefully it turns around.
It should turn around. You've got, rounds are up all across the country during COVID. That's where people went.
Yeah.
Correct.
So they can
Yeah, that's
have
right. So across the nation, rounds are up. So maybe that will have to do this year.
Any questions on the golf course?
What are we getting? I don't even know. What are we getting for a green fee out there? No, so I'm just curious. And for the golf carts, there's something close to my heart. It's a place to make some money.
Yeah, except when you're a public golf course, there's a limit.
No, there's a place that's a place, yeah. It might be too cheap too.
Yeah.
No, Middle District, 55 million.
Kind of
Howard
hard
Park.
green fee or $40.
Cart and green fee are right at $40.
$40. So,
I think their weekend rates are a little bit
Yeah,
higher
that's
than the
weekday
rates. And then we also have an annual membership deal that you.
Senior rate.
Senior rate.
Okay. Yeah, it's something, it's something that, like Hogan Park's doing a $55 million facelift over there, so I don't know how theirs runs, it'll be interesting to see. But anyway,
Hogan actually has two courses.
yeah, they got 27 points. Okay.
Any other questions on golf? Nope. Okay, debt service, and I don't know how much to talk about here. So the revenue to debt service obviously comes from property tax. So when we were talking earlier about $47 million of revenue, 12.5 million of that comes over to the debt service fund to make the payments on the debt, okay? We have some refunding. Generally, when we get into the debt service on these issues several years, you may have the option to refund them at a lower interest rate. You can see we've done that numerous times. We did the 12s, the 14, 15, 17. So that's what refunding means. The following pages show you the payout on each one of these issues. Of course, the largest one still outstanding, of course, is the one we did in 2019. out about 2039. The last page of the debt schedule is actually the water sewer revenue bond schedule. And they're called bonds because we refunded them. They were initially COs, and we refunded them in 2015. And you can see we have 22 through 27 month payments. Any questions about the debt service? When we did the 2019 CO issue, that was actually a year that property values went up considerably, and we were able to incur this new debt without raising the tax rate because values had increased so much. Just managed to keep our rate reasonable. And the very last page is not a surprise to y'all. It's hotel motel. Y'all already, so this was really easy. Y'all already divvied up all of that money, and so it's restated here in the form of revenues, total current revenues. And we basically, our hotel motel revenue is still down. We hope we get, we don't think we'll get to what we budgeted last year, 3.9. Hopefully we get the 3.1. So we've estimated revenues at just over $3 million, pretty much just to break even with the expenditures that y'all have. That's the end of the book. And we can go back to anything that y'all feel like we haven't covered adequately enough for you. Generalities, questions, or want to take it down before the next one?
Before we do that, let's talk through what's next in terms of the budget process, adoption, and so forth.
So really the biggest next date that we need to hit is the date that we file the proposed book, which will be Monday, which is August 29th, I believe. Yes, okay. So August 9th, so any changes that y'all would like to make have to be made before I file the proposal. Because after that, it becomes very hard to get any of the following dates. Because after the proposed date, we're gonna have to have a session where we establish the minimum tax rate, which is what y'all kind of are needing us to know what it is, and then we'll figure out what that exact tax rate is going to be, and if it changes because of the new revenue tax rate or anything, we'll come back to y'all. We'll have to set that, establish that first, and then it goes into having our budget meetings, and then that will also have to get our revenue, increase in revenue as well. So you'll have to establish the increase in revenue, and then adopt the budget, and then have the tax rate public meetings, which if we're not adopting more than the revenue rate, then we don't have to have public hearings. We will have one public meeting where we can vote on it, close it, but it won't be multiple. In the past, you've had to do 2 public hearings before you did it, but with the new Senate Bill 2, you don't have to do that if you're not going above the no new revenue rate. It's just one public meeting where you discuss the rate and then you vote on it, basically. So that's really the next biggest thing, the August 9th, and then right now,
So we'll have to call meeting tonight?
No,
No, that's all we
No, that's just the deadline.
That's just the deadline for us to post it, because it has to be posted so many days before we have a public hearing on the budget.
So that's just like
So
if we
we'll
had
vote
any
on
changes
tonight.
right here.
And then,
Yeah, if y'all had anything, like if y'all said, no, we don't want to do the 4% change it, then we would go in and be working on that and getting it done before August 9th.
Okay.
As far as the tax rate goes, we should know this week if they have any different calculation. But as far, so what I got from y'all is we keep last year's rate unless for some reason their new calculation falls below that. And then we would have to go below. Okay?
And you're gonna hear from the President District next 2 days?
Yes, we should. We should. And we should be able to get that answered and done.
After that, our public hearing on the budget, we were planning to try to have it on August the 24th.
That's a regular scheduled council.
That would be a regular scheduled council meeting, which would give us the 15 days by when we need to have the proposal filed. So after that, that's really what it's going to be. So, and we'll give y'all a calendar. In the past, we provided like a small little calendar with all these important dates on them. But that's kind of the next 2 big dates that are needed. So if there was any changes, really, I kind of needed to know now so I can get it done by Monday. And then, other than that, it's going to be August 24th, the next time y'all get it.
That would be the first and pretty much the last hearing, right? So we're not going to be.
No, it's just a public, you mean the hearing?
Right.
It's just a public hearing on the budget. And that allows citizens to come up and make any comment. Typically, like last year, we adopted the no new revenue rate, which was just barely slightly higher than the tax rate the year before. And we really didn't have anyone show up at the public hearing on the budget to talk about anything. But, you know, that's where they're allowed to come in and have their say about the budget. And that's why we have to get it posted on our website so that people can see it. And then we also have to post what our tax rate will be, not quite yet, but we'll be getting there. And then, like we said, we adopt it. You also have to do this thing called ratifying the tax revenue.
Yeah.
Because we have a slight increase in value, then we do have a higher revenue amount than last year. So you have to tell people that that's going to happen.
Ratify the property tax revenue increase.
They have all kinds of weird names for this stuff.
A lot of really weird things. But there's basically 2 things from here is you have to adopt the budget and then you have to adopt the tax rate. So the budget is going to require 2 public hearings and then the tax rate.
One, it's just one.
It's one and then the vote.
One in the vote.
Okay, one and then the vote. So then after that, the tax rate doesn't require a public hearing, but it does require a public meeting before you vote. And then the second vote, because of ordinance, it's an ordinance. So.
And the second vote will actually take place at a work session because the new Senate Bill 2 said that needs to be 7 days apart. So we've got to do it at a meeting and a work session. We can't spread it out because it's really different. Yeah, everything changed with Senate Bill 2.
Any other questions, comments?
I'm good with what's proposed.
You want to go through it over again?
Yeah, I want to make sure.
Run through it one more
I'm
time.
sitting there.
I think you're doing a great job. It's like a very good job, guys.
And if y'all love your lunch, please thank Randy. Thank our media for being here to record everything for us as usual. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks to Cindy and Zach.
Yeah. Good job.
Council, if you have any questions in between now and now?
Now and now.
Now and
Now and
Friday, send me a call or back.
Now it's Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah, exactly. Back in
It'll be
the
like 3 days to work on it.
Thank you all for your time and your diligence.
All right.
I guess we'll see y'all at 3 o'clock at City Hall.
You promise?
Oh, Mayor.
If there's no business, more business before this adjourn, we have a motion.
Second.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. I have a motion and a second, all in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye.